So I had this like vision, this like dream, this want and desire. I wanted to be able to, on the first stream of 2021, I wanted to have like the brand new steampunk layout, all the everything fixed, all the everything looking great. And yeah, well, let's just say that didn't happen. But the good news is, started off the year in the black. I understand why so many small businesses fail. Oh my God, this morning, because you got to pay your taxes if you're a business by the 15th of the month. And they decide that the first of the month is the first of 2021 is a good day to move all the buttons. So it probably took me a good 20 minutes on one website to find all the buttons. Like who does that? Who was at work last night on New Year's Eve changing where the buttons are? And of course, a cash method business, I can't file them until the actual day. I don't use the accrual method. I use the cash method. So much simpler in life. Anyways, it's 2021 and I was just going over, I just like literally just finished up the goals. Like, what are the goals for the year? I'm going to be sharing those later. I got this like crazy thought in my head. I think that the year should start on Monday. I think we need to get out of this habit of like, like time. Oh, are you trying to leave? I'm sorry, I locked you in. I think we got to get out of this habit of, I think we got to get out of this habit of the bullshit we manage our time. I mean, the systems we put time in. I really think that we need to just chop up, we need to just chop up the year differently. It's like you're starting the year on a Friday. I don't care if yesterday, we need to fucking lay out like time. Like, we're always talking about taxes and laws and this and that. I mean, we can't even fundamentally manage our years, our months, our days, and our weeks. So it's throwing me for a loop. It's like, oh, it's New Year. It's Friday. Tomorrow's the weekend. Like, what the hell's going on? You shouldn't have seen the stream notification. You've got assignments. That's okay. You can just go ahead and reduce the volume on the show to 1 and then just have it as background noise. And then hopefully there won't be too many things. There won't be too many things that distract you. Like, we have 365 days a year, right? We have 365 days a year, and call me crazy, people, because everybody else does. We have 365 days a year. If we divide that by 13 months, I don't know, a lunar calendar, that means we get 28 days a month, and we get like just this little extra. And so every time we have to make up the little extra, what I say we should do is just have Halloween and Halloween part 2. Like, like every 4th year or 5th year, whatever it is, that we have to account for like the one day that we're off the orbit of the sun. Just be like, oh, and by the way, guys, tomorrow's not Monday. Today is it's Halloween too. And then if we got to get really crazy with it, we could make it the Purge. We could make it the Purge, right? Answer me this: 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, but we measure in tenths of a second. I know. It's always bothered the shit out of me. Let me tell you, when you start being a logistician and you have to start timing things, it gets really, really, really jacked when you're timing things and then you're trying to explain to people, like, they don't get it because they'll see like 15.25 hours. And then everybody dumbfucks this. They see 15.25 hours and they start telling you, well, you weren't here for 25 minutes. And you're like, no, I wasn't. I was here till 12:15. But you put down 0.25. That's 25 minutes. No, it's not, but okay. Let's just go with that. It just baffles. It baffles me. And then people don't ever realize it until you boil it down. But I 100% agree with you. We measure in tenths of seconds and tenths of hours, and nobody gets it. So, Anyway, it was a good morning. I was talking on my Discord. I had to have a conversation with myself, which it's always funny. You legally, when you own a corporation, you have to have a board meeting 4 times a year. Minimum of 4 times a year, you have to have a board meeting. I'm the only person that sits on the board. So it's really confusing because I have to talk to myself. I have to call votes and stuff. I didn't have to do that this time because there was nothing to vote on. But in like July and October, I wanted to pay myself. But at the moment, I wasn't myself. I was an external entity. So as the director of my corporation, I had to propose a vote. And then I have all 100% of the votes. But I still have to manually record. And the shareholder or the director proposes a motion. The director or acting as secretary seconds the motion, calls the vote, votes. 100% votes yes. I mean, I thought about just like fucking with my meeting minutes and just be like, all right, so I vote 5,100 shares vote yes and 4,900 shares vote no. Just to fuck with the meeting minutes in case I ever have a company audit, like a forensic accounting. They'll be like, and were you in complete agreement with the decision? Nah, I was like Two-Face, man. I flipped a coin. Like I give each of my personalities X number of votes. It's like, what the fuck? It's like you guys I talk about on this show all the time. We talk about everything. And keep in mind, if you have an Ashes question, throw that on there. We'll do that first. But I say to people all the time, 50% of small businesses fail within the first 5 years. Well, no shit, man. Have you looked at the tax code? I also find it awesome that the fucking Cheeto poof, he's on his way out of office and he can't just be, he just can't be a decent human being. Like, dude, you lost the election. You lost the election. Just shut up and leave quietly. Just shut up and leave quietly. No, you had to fuck people over by not signing the stimulus package on Saturday. By waiting until Sunday, you caused people to not get their benefit. Are you talking about the cronyisms of his recent pardons? I don't even want to get into that level. I don't even want to get into that. Every president pardons people. Every president does it. I just want to get to January 20th. That's all I want. I want to get to a new administration, a new regime, a new whatever. Just so that we can get into sanity. By the way, Americans, if you haven't checked your bank accounts, some of you should already have your stimulus checks. Also, if you have children, some of you won't have your stimulus check money for your kids. I know a lot of people ping me, I didn't get the money for my kids, and I'm like, there's nothing there's nothing that I can give you at the moment. They're like, I can't like make the money appear. The only thing is, when you are pardoned, you can't take the fifth one in court. That's not entirely accurate. It depends on the terms of your pardon. If you get a blanket pardon, any and all things, you can take the fifth on anything after the any and all things date. So if I got a pardon today, it says Jahlon has been pardoned for any and all things he committed on or before January 1st, 2021 at noon Central Time, then yes, you are correct. You can't take the fifth. I couldn't take the fifth on anything that happened last year, the year before. Now, if it's something that rolls through till 12:06, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna take the fifth. And they're like, you can't. I'm gonna take the fifth. The big thing people don't understand about taking the fifth is you can't be forced to testify against yourself, but the judge can pull you into chambers and be like, off the record, we're talking, because you got to tell you got to disclose to the judge. If you try to hardline it and be like, I'm just taking the fifth, I'm taking the fifth, I'm taking the fifth, the judge will be like, you have an immunity agreement. You can't take the fifth because it's against self-incrimination. It's against self-incrimination. There's no clause that says I don't want to testify against my buddies. Also, realize most immunity agreements, not presidential pardons, but most immunity agreements come with the understanding of cooperation. You only got immunity because you're cooperating. If you cease to cooperate, you invalidated your own immunity agreement. With that said, I really wish the Cheeto Poof would just golf 2 rounds a day, every day for the next 20 days. Just go play golf, motherfucker. Just go. Let Mike Pence run the White House. You just go do your thing. And then I really think for just the healing, I think for the healing of the country, this is what needs to happen. Just let it go. And I say this with all sincerity. Nobody should investigate Trump because we need to focus on fixing the problems. Okay, we need to focus on fixing the problems. Do we want to spend the next 5 years, all of Biden's president's first term, with Trump's name still in the news? Because here's the sad part, ladies and gentlemen, and what you don't understand. Donald Trump is the leading contender for the nomination in 2024 because of the sheer number of popular election votes he got. It's not against the law to have a split presidency. We have had split presidents. Grover Cleveland. So the guy isn't done. The guy can come back in 4 years and run again. Let's not investigate him. Let's just move forward. And then you don't want to hear about Russia for 4 more years? No, I want to hear about fixing what's wrong with this country for the next 4 years. I want to hear about the stupidity that is the judge in New York that ordered the New York public school system to create out of their ass the money for 100,000 laptops and Wi-Fi access for the 100,000 homeless children that attend the New York public school system. It's great when a judge says that, but have we become so lost in our government that we don't understand that legislators legislate, executives enforce, and judicial interpret? Where did this judge think he had, like, the judge says you must do this, and this is black letter baseline law 101. A judge says you must do this. And then we go all the way back to The Crow, the movie The Crow, and says, I see you've made your decision. Now let's see you enforce it. The judge made a ruling that the state can't afford, the school system can't afford to give 100,000 laptops and Wi-Fi access to all those kids. So the judge is going to say, I order you to do this. And then everybody's going to be like, no, thanks for your ruling, but no. Because remember, a judge can make a ruling, but a judge has no ability to bring people back into court. The judge requires the executive branch, the enforcement branch, to bring people to court. The judge can't the judge could, I guess, go out and, like, hee-haw, cowboy hat, shotgun, fucking cuffs, and drag the person into court, but he still can't make the district attorney file the charges. So I was watching that one. That one's gonna fucking blow up. My school district, we're lucky. My school district, we're lucky. Every kid has a Chromebook. Every kid has a Chromebook. So when the kids had to go to telelearning, we were already set up for that. We were squared away. Every kid has a Chromebook. And there's about a handful of kids that don't have internet at home. They let those kids go into the building, into separate rooms, and use the school's Wi-Fi. And I'm pretty sure a philanthropist in this area has privately provided for the internet access for those like 5 families. You can claim the 5th on state legality after accepting a federal pardon, as they are separate crimes. True. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Really? You're a jerk. He does this every show, guys. He doesn't care about anything going on until I start streaming. And then he becomes a jerk. He starts knocking stuff over. He starts throwing stuff around. Of course, he just dropped a 3-hole punch on Tamir's head. Let's see, what else we got going on today? Oh my God, guys, if you didn't see this, Jurassic World is free on Epic Games Store. Jurassic World is free on the Epic Games Store. I don't care what your feelings towards the Epic Games Store are. I don't understand why people are upset about the Epic Games Store and what they do and what they did. I get that you're upset that the Epic Games Store offered developers a shitload of money to get exclusives. It was part and parcel of the fact that they had to hurt Steam. They had to hurt Steam in the wallet to make Steam change. No user reviews taking exclusive games. Yes, but those were done. A number of other things. No user reviews. Who gives a shit? Okay, let's be honest. I'm going to be honest right now. I don't give a fuck what Steam players have to say, because Steam's community review bombs games when they're unhappy and they're throwing a fucking hissy fit. I've seen games that are really good have a fucking low fucking rating. I've seen games that are really shit get boosted up because they've got a organic grassroots community behind the developer, and the game fucking runs like ass. Case in point, a game called Narpon. I did a review of Narpon. The developer got their fucking panties in a twist about it, and then they came to my YouTube, criticized, and then within 6 months their game was down. I give a shit. I don't like official review sites. Review bombing is shit too, but it has to take good with the bad. So let's look at what you just said. Who cares about forums? It's a fucking store. Here's the thing. I don't think that forums, reviews, all that bullshit on Steam is worth the developer losing 30%. If you want to say you have to take the good with the bad, I'm happy as fuck Epic Games did what they did with the Epic Games Store, because they had to do 2 things. They had to hurt Steam in the wallet, and they had to hurt Steam in the long-term wallet every month. It wasn't until Epic Games did what they did with the Epic Games Store that Steam finally budged and started paying developers more of what they're entitled to. How many games fail because they go on Steam? Remember, if you're using an engine, you owe royalties to the engine, and you owe Steam 30%. Steam used to have a 30% cut across the board. Now they have a tiered system, which still isn't that friendly, but it's better. I don't believe they're nice guys. It's business. It is business. It's absolutely business. And now, although the consumers didn't benefit from it, because the consumers didn't directly benefit from it, but the developers benefited from it, which means the consumers indirectly benefit from it. All Steam does for the 30% they take, they process the transaction, and they point your launch button at your server. That is literally all they do. Now, if we start talking about some of the support they give, oh yeah, Steam will help a developer with all the stuff they need to have like functional in-game stores. Of course Steam wants that, because they get 30% of all your in-game transactions, not just all your Steam player in-game transactions. So when people say, benefited from it for now, if they try to compete with Steam, they had to do it. I mean, let's be honest. They don't have any other draw. They don't give a shit about the draw. You think Epic Games, on the loss they take on the Epic Games Store, do you think Epic Games really gives a shit about they take a loss at EGS, by the way. EGS actually costs them money. because of how many free games they give away. They could not give away free games. Where is Steam giving away free games? Because remember, Epic pays the developer for all the free games they give away, because that's how that works. Epic says, we're giving it away. However many copies we give away, we're going to give you your cut of each one of those copies. Where is Steam? Where is Valve? Because let's keep it Valve to Valve. Where is Valve taking $50 million around the Christmas season and giving away $50 million worth of games, $30 million worth of games, $5 million worth of games? They don't do that. So I don't care if you like Epic Games or you don't like Epic Games, but this shenanigans, I hear people all the time and they're like, Epic Games is horrible because their store doesn't have, who fucking cares? Free is free. If you don't like Epic Games Store, then then only get the free shit there and continue to give Valve money. If you actually want to change the industry, give Galaxy of Games the money, because they're the ones that are trying to, be a little bit better to the developers as well. Is exclusives? Fuck them all. But why? What does it matter? If somebody, it's great to say my biggest problem is exclusives, but give me the why. That it's great. You can have an opinion and say my problem is exclusives and I don't want to justify it. But then, example, Demon Souls. You mean, is this one of the games where Epic Games went to the developer, gave the developer a gaggle of cash, and the developer, Demon Souls, I had to buy a whole new console just to play it. You didn't have to. You wanted to. You wanted to play the game. Okay. You wanted to play the game. So you wanted to buy the PS5. You kind of went, see, because now you kind of went like half foot out of the lane. You went from Epic Games to exclusives. Exclusives exist because the developers of Demon Souls don't have an Xbox and PC developer on staff. Do you want to pay $99.99 for the next 2 titles they release so that company has enough money? Remember, when you say a developer only releases on one platform, that developer has to have the staff to port it to Xbox. So if it's a PS5 game, they have to have the staff to port it to Xbox and the staff to port it to PC. Porting from a console build to a PC build, from what people have told me, is an absolute nightmare. It's easier for a PC developer to take the build, give it to a third party and say, hey, build this for us for Xbox and you build this for us for PlayStation 5. Most of those developers don't want to do that. Most of those third parties, like, we want the IP. We want you to give us the IP for Xbox so we can do whatever the fuck we want with it for Xbox. See, when you peel behind the curtain, there's lots of boogeymen behind the curtain in the video game world. There's lots of them. And like, I used the best example of this is the Fun Pimps. The Fun Pimps make 7 Days to Die on the PC. They licensed off 7 Days to Die for the Xbox to a third-party company. That third-party company went out of business. The Fun Pimps had to fight to get their own IP back. For a while, their IP was out there in bankruptcy court because of the way the structured agreement was. The Fun Pimps had to fight to get their own IP back under the Fun Pimps umbrella. And then they're PC developers that are stuck with a half-baked product for Xbox. That's a shitty situation to be in. But it's what happens when you try to fulfill that we don't want it exclusive demand. I think consumers have to stop trying to be entitled or stop trying to be privileged. All I give a shit about is, what can I play? See, I go with the mentality of what can I play on the console I own. I own a PlayStation 4. What can I play on the PlayStation 4? Can I play Final Fantasy VII's remake? Yes, absolutely. Good to go. I can play the game I want. Can I play Final Fantasy Remake Game 2? Yes, it's coming out on PlayStation 4. I'm golden. When they tell me that the next Final Fantasy game is only coming out on the PlayStation 5, that's when I make my decision. Do I buy a PlayStation 5 for one game and then hope other games come along? Or do I say, I'll wait until there's several games I want to play and then buy my PlayStation 5? Somewhere along the line, consumers got it in their head that we get to whine, cry, bitch, and say, well, I should be able to play Final Fantasy games on the Xbox. And that's when Square Enix turns around and looks at you and says, but we don't produce shit on the Xbox because of our past bad dealings with, we don't produce shit on Nintendo because of our past bad dealings with Nintendo, and we don't make stuff on Xbox because of all the problems we had with Microsoft with Final Fantasy 14, yada, yada, yada. Yadas. So there's a big part to that. Consumers are a big part of the problem. Epic Games Store. Epic Games Store doesn't have as many features as Steam. Sure, and I'm cool with that. But when I buy a game at Epic Games Store, 93% of the money goes to the developer instead of 70% of the money going to the developer. So I don't want Epic Games to develop forums or game reviews or media or a front. Like, what the fuck do we, like, you need those things? Shit, man, there's like 97 fucking game review sites. You can type in any game, anywhere, go get a full review on it. Good reviews, bad reviews, everything wrong with the reviews. I don't need that shit on Steam if it's going to cost the developer another 23%. I'm great. Epic Games give them 93% of the money. Great. I like that option a whole lot better. That developer gets that extra money, gets to produce better shit. I'm happier with that. That's my justification for why I'm good with the Epic Games Store. I love the fact that the Epic Games Store came out and made Steam change. It's like the Thomas Crown affair. Finally, you're forced to change because you knew if you didn't, you were going to be out of money. And yeah, sure, Epic Games Store has that Fortnite cash to flash. Keep in mind, Fortnite is dying. Fortnite is coming down. So if Epic Games doesn't do something, then if Epic Games doesn't do something soon, then they're going to be a flash in the pan company that better, Unreal Engine 5 better be able to support MMOs. Exclusives are actually very good for the consumer. It creates motivation for gaming hardware manufacturers to push out more competitive products to drive demand for their console. In the end, companies want to get people to buy their console for the games that are on there. Why was the Xbox One such a failure? They didn't have many compelling exclusives. They managed to turn it around with the Xbox Game Pass stuff and making that platform more open, but the lack of exclusives hurt. Yes, exactly. That's also why did Microsoft buy Bethesda and ZeniMax? Number one, they want that team to develop a new IP. And number two, now anything that Bethesda or ZeniMax does, they don't have to put on the PlayStation. And, you know, since Microsoft has the Microsoft Store, the game store, that you can use, on your PC, they got a dual platform system. You can even go to Reddit. A lot of people will give honest assessments, but you get the good, and otherwise you get it on Steam without having to deal with Steam. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if somebody can tell me, nobody ever wants to get in the ring and really fight the fight about why Steam is better than the Epic Games Store. List a couple of features. Yeah, those are great. I don't fucking use them. So the onus then gets turned around on the person making the argument. I'm like, sell me on Steam. And then the worst part is I get to turn around and be like, at the end of the day, you're not going to accept a free game. You're not going to accept 14 days of free games, 52 weeks of free games. And then people are like, oh, well, the developer doesn't get paid. Bullshit. The developer gets paid by Epic Games. If they give away 57,000 copies of the game, Epic pays the developer for what they gave away. That's called marketing. It's called advertising. Epic Games doesn't take a loss. They write that shit off against their taxes for an advertising and a marketing expense. Steam rules equal regional prices. Again, that's great for the people who need regional pricing. I don't get regional pricing. So why does Steam benefit me? Why? Nobody, that's the argument you have to make. Get Jahlon to move from using Steam, Epic Games, and Galaxia Games, depending on what's best for Jahlon, to being loyal to Valve. I have, like, it kills me. People are like, Epic Games bad, Steam good. Like, what the fuck do you care? Free is free. I'm talking about free. I'm talking about free games. People won't go play Jurassic World for free. People yelled at me yesterday when I tweeted it out. Can't believe you support Epic Games. I can't believe you have a problem with fucking free. Free. Oh, I don't want to give Epic Games my information, but you want to give it to Valve? You don't want to give Epic Games a bullshit throwaway email address? This is the best you can do. So yeah. Anyway, back to my point. Jurassic World. Fucking game is amazing. I got it. I'm a huge Jurassic Park fan. You guys know my stance towards Raptors. If you don't like Raptors and MMOs, you wet the bed after seeing Jurassic Park. Remember, I'm old. Jurassic Park was like, oh, fucking dinosaur. Like, you know. If you're in your 40s, your late 30s, dinosaurs were a big fucking deal to us growing up because, you know, we didn't have the internet, okay? We didn't have the internet. So dinosaurs were a big deal. You used to go on a field trip to the dinosaur museum. I think the books are better. I think the books are better 99.99% of the time. The book is better than the movie. Just due to the nature of literature. Also due to the fact that I grew up reading books, and then everything started getting turned into a movie. I never understood people supporting Valve and their monopoly, coming with justifications and nonsense excuses for the massive cut Valve takes. Ding, 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 you and I are on the same tag team. The belts are heavy, though. You get to carry them. I'm not carrying the championship belt. Let's see, what else do we got today? Oh, yeah. I'm liking this, guys. I have no artistic ability. But this is looking like my next t-shirt design. I'm kind of liking that. I'm obviously I'm going to send it to an artist, do some background behind the image, but like overall, that, like, you know, I'm liking that. I need a t-shirt artist. I need a fucking business management team. I want to be able to go, like, I don't want to spend like 6 hours thinking of ideas. I want to be able to go, and I'm thinking about getting Fiverr Business for this. I want to be able to go to Fiverr and be like, I want some t-shirt designs. This is kind of what I'm looking for. You find all the talent and you send me a bill. Like, that's what I need. I'm going to tell you guys right now, if you are broke as fuck and you're sitting at home and you don't know what to do with your life, I'm going to throw out a free business idea right now that I don't give a shit enough about doing. I don't give a shit enough about chasing this one down, but this is money in the bank for one of you. Money in the bank for one of you would be to create a company that takes care of all of the bullshit for a streamer, like merchandise, fucking social media presence creation, all of that shit. Basically, but not putting your hand all the way in the pocket that you're copping a feel. Do it for a flat rate. Do it, hey, for X amount of dollars, we will do X, Y. These are our packages. The problem is all of these companies that want to be your manager, they want to have a deal that is X percentage. And to the couple that have approached me, I said, fuck you, no. And they get all offended. And they're like, excuse me? I'm like, fuck you and no. And they're like, well, this is a good deal. I'm like, good deal for who? You shouldn't want to take a percentage-based deal while I'm a small streamer, because you have no idea how much money I'm going to make from month to month, and your percentage of 50% of zero is still zero. I said, you should be wanting to provide this service for a flat rate fee that scales with the amount of work you do, not the amount of work I do. The problem with percentage deal, and I will never, ever, ever, ever give a percentage deal to anybody, ever, period. I will never give a percentage deal to anybody because your value, goes up. Your income goes up as my value goes up. But you don't, once you get to a threshold of work, you're not doing any more work. Depends on the percentage, goes both ways. As a streamer grows, the responsibility also increases to those companies. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't. And with a background in marketing and advertising, it really doesn't, because there's only so many things you do per media cycle, per opportunity. There's only so many things. Like, there's no point in a manager, an advertiser, and a marketer, any of that, trying to get fucking like magazine articles written about me. I'm too small. I'm too irrelevant. So all of that stuff goes away. They don't do that. That's why you take that thing and you put it down 3, 4, 5 packages down the line. What are you going to do? What are you going to do for the small streamer? For X number of dollars, you're going to do X number of work. For the next, and then the streamer's like, I buy that package. You want the next level down? You buy the next level down. The problem with percentages is I want to continuously get paid more for the same amount of work, because I feel my investment into you is what's leading to your success at this percentage rate. And the truth of the matter is that's bullshit. That never happens. That never happens. The way they justify it, the way they frame it is, well, when you were small and you were a nobody, we were making no money. And then stop your bullshit rationalization. If when I was small and I was a nobody, you were making no money, then you should have come to me with terms that made you money, that compensated you for your time. It's, for example, all sincerity, all seriousness. When a small YouTuber contacts me and I spend 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours talking to them, I do that shit for free. I don't charge a small YouTuber anything. I have the pedigree, I have the background. I could easily say to a small YouTuber, I could easily set myself up. Yeah, for $50 you get a 4-hour consultation. You have to use it in 1 hour bricks. So you can talk to me for 1 hour on 4 occasions, or for 4 hours on 1 occasion. With that said, I don't do that, but I easily could. However, I think that there's more than enough money to go around. I want other creators, especially other Ashes of Creation creators. I want other Ashes of Creation creators to grow, because I feel I provide a better product than most of them. So if they get people interested in Ashes, then those people go looking for more stuff. I think I deliver a good product. At the same time, I feel they can lock out small creators, as the base package might be way more expensive than they earn. Yes, but that doesn't lock out a small creator. Because if a small creator is working with nothing, then what they need to invest is their own time, their own blood, their own sweat, their own tears, their own effort, their own touch time, until they grow to a point where they start making money. Once they've exhausted all the low-hanging fruit, you pull all the low-hanging fruit off the tree first. Who the fuck goes out to the apple orchard to pick fruit, and on the first day they go out, brings the ladder and strips the entire first tree? That's not how you pick fruit. That's why the phrase is called the low-hanging fruit. You go out with a basket, you just walk down all the ready-to-pick fruit that's at the bottom, you get the low-hanging fruit, because that's the easy stuff. A lot of people are looking for a shortcut. They're looking for how much can I get for $100 investment? The truth of the matter is, most small YouTubers, most small streamers, all they need to do is follow the litany of advice that's already listed in 97 other places But it's indicative of the human nature. When you see somebody ask a question that's asked 6 times a day, that person didn't give a shit enough about their trade, their craft, their skill, their art, their future to do a damn Google search. Phone me the squirrel, man. Ill Will Press. Phone me the squirrel. Do a damn Google search. How many times a week should I be publishing on YouTube? Holy shit, that question is asked every single day on multiple forums. And then this is let me phrase the question I see all the time. How many times a week should I be publishing on YouTube? Everything I've read says that the more you publish, the better your YouTube channel does, but I just don't have the time to. So hold on, let me reach into my back pocket for you. You know, the other 99,999 people that came before you, the advice I gave to them was, well, you're just going to have to work hard. You're going to have to look at it. Do you want to do it for a job? Do it for fun? Do it for income? Do it for a hobby? Do it occasionally? The other 99,999 people, that's the advice I gave them. But for you, today's special, here is the Magic Panacea. I'm going to pull it out of my pocket. I'm going to give you a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers that makes you $4,000 a month. Why do people think they're that, that they're special? Why do people think that they don't have to go through the steps? So that's what I'm saying about these companies that reach into your pocket with a percentage early. I've seen people sign deals where they're giving up 70% of their income on a 5-year deal. 70% of your income on a 5-year deal. And the person starts making some, because this is the mentality. The person says, I make $500 a year on YouTube. And so if I give them 70% of my money, I'm still going to make 150, but they're going to help me grow my channel. And then I hear about people that are locked into these deals. They're on their 5th year. Their channel is making them $70,000 a month. Their channel is making them $70,000 a month. And they're only seeing 21% of it. Oh, and by the way the contract states is that you have to pay the taxes on that first. So you're paying the taxes on the $70,000 and then cutting it off as a business expense the other way. That's fucking bullshit. I've seen that. That's always clever. These people are like, I put 5 years of blood, sweat, and tears into it, and I'm still getting screwed. Yeah, because you didn't put the blood, sweat, and tears into it. Somebody else did. Wonder what the loss ratio is. Bet that's what the problem is. They don't ever get paid. That is some part of it. I mean, I will tell you right now, with what I'm willing to share. Give me 1 second. I'll give you the actual percentage. I'll tell you what YouTube made for me. I'll tell you what YouTube made for me. Last year, where is it? This one. Let me do. Why are you okay? YouTube accounted for 16% of my income. 70% is ridiculous. I would not pay more than 10 to 15% in the beginning. Here's the problem. In the beginning, you wouldn't get a client. You wouldn't get anybody to work for you. You wouldn't get anybody to help you at 10 to 15%, because 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% of the average YouTuber's income a month is like $3. Most 99% of YouTube channels never get monetized. Let that one sink in for a second. 99% of YouTube channels never make $1. Never reach the threshold. Never reach the threshold for monetization. 99%. I just told you that for all, like, I understand after now a year of actually doing it, trying to be serious, trying to rub 2 pennies together, go forward with, the corporation, do some cool things, get some stuff going on. in the amount of time that it makes, in the amount of time it takes for me to stream and make probably, hold on, I don't want to guess. I don't want to bullshit. I feel it's important to be authentic. Let me do this. Let me grab this because I want to be real. Twitch makes up 62%. Twitch makes up 62% of the money I made last year. 62% versus YouTube that made 16%. It takes me more time. It takes me more time to make one 4-hour, or sorry, it takes me more time to make one 15-minute YouTube video than it does for me to stream for 4 hours. It takes me, because the quality of the videos that I do, people are like, oh, well, it's a 15-minute video, so it takes you what, 15 minutes to record, 15 minutes to edit? No. Okay. Some of those storyboards for the 101s that I do can take me 6, 8, 10 hours to do the PowerPoint because I got to develop the lesson plan. I can jump on here and make what, 5 times the amount of money? I understand why people stream. I understand why people want to become successful streamers. Does it make sense for the low-income channels to get into those deals? Yes and no. It does make sense for, and that's what I'm saying. That's why if you have the ability, if you're broke anyway, you can't find a job, or you need a job, a second job to augment your first job, and you have any sort of business wherewithal, you could probably start a company that helps small YouTubers at a flat rate fee, because somebody said $50 for 4 hours, that's a steal. It is. With the amount of knowledge that I bring to the table, $12.50 an hour is a fucking steal. Like I said, I could charge for a 4-hour consultation package to small YouTubers for $50. That small YouTuber needs to decide, is having access to a Twitch partner and a person who's monetized on YouTube, 15,000 subscribers, got some traction under him, is it worth it? Is $50 worth 4 hours of consultation time? At $12.50 an hour, it absolutely is. If I had to think about that, what I would charge an hour, right? What I would charge for my time would then turn around and it'd be $140 for 4 hours. And the small YouTuber can't afford that. Because for a small YouTuber, $140 basically represents a year's worth of income. So I'm saying, and that's why I have no interest in doing it. I will answer questions for small YouTubers basically out of the goodness and the kindness of my heart for free on Discord, via email, via Reddit. I'm on Reddit all the time answering people's questions the best I can. But I won't ever charge for it because then I have to do it. If I decide tomorrow I don't want to answer a single fucking question I get tomorrow, I'm not obligated to answer a single question I get tomorrow. I can just be like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this today. Or if I have a day, you guys know I suffer from anxiety. I suffer from depression. I'm a shut-in. I don't do out very well. I don't do outside very well. I'm very thankful to the Walt Disney Corporation. I'm very thankful to Universal Studios. Before my trips to those wonderful locations, I contact them. I have access to like behind the scenes shit. If I have a PTSD episode, it's on at Disney World. It's on my Magic Band. I just have to go up to a staff member and be like, I need assistance. Can you scan my badge? They scan my badge. It automatically tells them, hey, let's take this guy in the back. It's a really cool deal that they do for people with PTSD and other freak out disabilities. Universal Studios, much the same way. Hey, I'm having a problem with PTSD. They're like, right this way, sir. They're really cool about it. You are too kind. You're probably the most down-to-earth streamer I've seen. Here's why I do it. I'm gonna be honest, because I gotta get that phrase out of my vocabulary. Because then when I don't preface, I'm gonna be honest, then people are like, well, is he lying? Because he didn't say he's gonna be honest. I understand what it's like to be rich. I understand what it's like to be poor. And if I have to pick rich or poor, I will take rich every single day of the week. I understand what it's like to be looking at your bank account and looking at your rent and looking at your utilities, and I understand what it's like for it to be 60 degrees in your house in the winter and you're turning it down to 58. I understand what it's like to be going to the mall to walk around and sit for 6 hours with no spending money in your pocket because you want to be able to turn your thermostat at your apartment to 55, so just warm enough so the pipes don't freeze. I've been there. I had a 3-bedroom house that I couldn't afford to keep heated. I couldn't afford to keep everything going. I literally wrapped the electrical heat wrap line for the water to make sure my water didn't freeze. And I lived in 1 bedroom, and I had 1 bedroom all boxed up. Didn't even have the thermostat running higher than 55 in the house. I had a little space heater for that 1 room, and then the heat of my PC kept the room as warm as it needed. That was when I was single, and then for the first 2 months, my girlfriend moved in with me, and until we got all the bills resolved, we couldn't even sleep in the front bedroom that had a really nice queen bed because I couldn't afford to heat that room. We slept on a twin in an office, probably an 80 square foot office, to keep warm. So I will happily help everybody else make money because it's not a loss for me. It's YouTube's money. It's Google's money. Like, watch people's shit, man. Turn your damn ad blocker off. This one kills me as well. This one kills me. Happy 2021. This one kills me as well. People are like, I really like this creator, but I use an ad blocker. You can't watch a 15-second ad to help that creator make 3 pennies because that creator doesn't get paid by YouTube unless YouTube shows you an ad. Oh, YouTube doesn't need the money. Well, Google's not just going to start handing out checks to the masses. Somebody asked me, what are my goals for 2021? I will share those goals later this weekend. Obviously, Dinos yesterday. Jurassic Park Evolution, it's free on Epic Games Store. Tamir and I played in our other rooms, in our separate sections. I'm so close. I'm less than 2 months away from getting the new PC. Come on, Origin. You have the order. Just produce it for me. Get it shipped here. And then I'll be able to game downstairs next to my wife, who I miss, who I haven't gamed next to in a long time. I hate that people say you can't buy happiness. Those people are in denial or has obviously never been really out of money. Go watch Boiler Room. You can actually look up Ben Affleck Boiler Room speech on YouTube, and it's going to tell you why I feel this way. Money can't buy happiness. Bullshit. Look at the smile on my face. Okay? I am literally that character. I have fucking a decked out set of toys. I am liquid. The greatest thing in my life is I am liquid. I have no bills. I have my monthly utilities and that is it. I have no debt. I have no loans. Both my cars are paid for. My houses are paid for. I don't go to Disney and Universal unless I day trade really well. Well, I'll go anyway, but then I'll take it out of my spending money. There was a guy on the Ashes Discord the other day that was like, you come off as childish and arrogant. I come off as childish and arrogant because I make a fuck ton of money in the stock market because I'm not a moron who loses $500 on an option trade. $500 in the stock market, boys and girls, is front pocket money. That's not even money you put in your wallet. $500 is money that you have in your front pocket in case while you're reaching in for your keys, you drop $500 on the pavement and you keep walking. That if you're in the stock market and you can't eat a $500 loss, get your fucking ass out of the stock market because the 20% capital gains tax on short-term investments is going to kill you anyway. And you're not making that. If you're making 20%, okay, if you're making enough to cover your 20% capital gains tax on your transactions, you simultaneously are not the person who's bitching, crying, whining that you lost $500. There's days I log in to my E-Trade or my Charles Schwab now. I log in, I look and I'm like, oh fuck. Well, let's just not touch that money today. Let's invest more. I don't want to be your personal finance advisor. Don't get the fuck into stocks right now. The market is riding artificially high. I have sell orders put in. If my shit hits any higher, my shit's getting sold. And then I'm going to take that money and I'm going to wait until the bubble busts. Right now, I just have to wait until April so I don't have to pay short-term gains tax. Don't get into the market right now. And if you get into the market at all, get an index fund, but don't buy individual stocks right now unless you have the money to burn, unless you're playing blackjack and you're gambling it on a pharmaceutical company. What do I think about the duration of this boss fight? Took way too long in my opinion. Yes, I think this boss fight took 80% too long because they only had 20% of the people. This is a 40-man boss fight. This is a 40-man raid, open world raid. So they only had 8 people there. They only had 8 people there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 people there. They only had 7 people there. It's supposed to be a 40-person. This is a 40-person open world raid. Now, some people have said, why do we have 40-man raids at level 10? Because we don't know. Because we don't know. We don't know if these bosses dying provide a lot of XP. We don't know if these bosses are raid event bosses that spawned off because of the node leveling. We know that there's a fight that looks like this. We don't know the whys, the whats, the how comes. Did I have a mentor teach me about trading, or did I come into it on my own? I had a mentor teach me about trading. A very smart man. I call him Dad. My father used to sit down with me and make me pick 10 stocks. He gave me X amount of dollars in play money, pretend money. Invest your stocks, track them. Give me before computers. Where's your notebook? Where's your trackings? What were your opens? What were your closes? So yeah, my father drilled that shit into me from the time I was young, because if you guys know, I'm a big fan of the song Boy in a Band, Don't Stay in School, where he says in the song, I don't understand where money comes from. Your public school education is not going to teach you where money comes from, how stocks work. They're not going to teach you that. I teach my kids that. I teach neighborhood kids that. I got kids that come to the house, sit in the back, drinking a soda, ask me about life. So, find a mentor, find somebody who knows how to do it, somebody who's willing to teach you. But at the same time, if somebody's willing to teach you and you lose a bunch of fucking money, I'm going to tell you right now, that's the risk. That's the risk. Things are crazier. Let's see. If I were to guess, this is probably not even the weir of the fight. That's possible. It's possible that this fight... no, I'm going to disagree with you, Happy Meal. I think this is the weir of the fight, because that one mechanic that they do makes sense for this area. The fact that the bosses can pitch you off the cliff and send you down into the ocean, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. So this is probably the weir of the fight, if not the exact weir. I would imagine that this layout for this fight is representational of what they're going to do. Now, is it possible that they put these bosses on a higher cliff so that when you fall, you die? Absolutely. Is it possible that this boss fight happens with other obstacles? Yes, absolutely. Is it possible that these 2 lieutenants of the Ancients appear multiple times, or with other enemies, or show up for a monster coin event, or, well, probably not for a monster coin event? Yeah, that's the thing about having a nemesis. You have the lieutenants of the Ancients as NPCs. These guys are going to come. Wherever they're needed. So, this boss fight being open world brings the question, shouldn't we have dynamic boss difficulty based on the players engaged? No, you shouldn't. Because that is one style. The problem with that is doing dynamic boss difficulty based on the players engaged becomes a nightmare for fairness, because you're killing this boss with a raid of level 10s like you're supposed to, and I come up with a party of level 50s and I engage the boss. Your raid now suddenly is facing a boss that has dynamically shifted to be a threat to a party of level 50s. Your raid gets wiped, and I now kill the boss. I know a lot of people want this new dynamic, machine learning, AI, ultra responsive. We're 10 to 15 years from that technology. Also, I don't think a boss should randomly be different. If I show up as a level 50 and you show up as a level 10, why would the boss change? The boss would be either a level 50 threat, or it would be it would either be a threat to a party of level 50s, or it would be a threat to a party of level 10s. But the boss doesn't suddenly say, oh, hi, I'm a couple of, I'm a lieutenant from Shinra. Oh shit, those are level 50s. Ha, I'm Sephiroth. Go fuck yourself. The boss doesn't do that. The boss has to be targeted for the group. Now, if it was an instanced boss, you could do that. You could use the same boss that scales to the people, who show up. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about only the number of players. The target level should not be locked. The target level should be locked, but boss would have like 10k hit point per player. Again though, what does it matter if the boss has 10k hit points per player and the boss is level 10 if I show up with a group of 50s and I can just kill it? Can you do what you're saying? Yes, you absolutely can do what you're saying. Is Intrepid doing that? No. Intrepid is making that pair of bosses a level 10 40-man raid. That's what they're choosing to do. Do I agree with having the time, effort, energy, and resources put into a level 10 40-man raid? No. Do I think that it's a waste of time and nobody's ever going to do it at level 10? Yes, I absolutely do. With that said, I acknowledge that I'm looking at things in a vacuum. I acknowledge that there's a lot of things gonna be going on that I don't know about yet. So I don't judge a work in development because I don't know the hows, the whys, the how comes. And once I know those, maybe those bosses only show up at level 10 because the nearby node is only level 1. Maybe those bosses scale to level 50 when the nearby node is 50. And since I don't have that information, I just reserve my judgment till later on. I personally think that these low-level world bosses are really interesting as they will lead to an early game call to arms at a node. Yes, that is what I have to believe. That is what I have to believe. I have to believe that this raid has some how comes. How come I'm doing this? Why am I doing this? What is the why that I am doing this? This could be a precursor to more ancient invasions. If you don't kill these two, they may, if you leave, remember, Intrepid doesn't want bosses just sitting around with their thumb up their ass waiting for you to come and kill them. These two may have, if you leave these two up for X amount of time, there may be so much stuff that happens because of it. Because these two are up for too long, it spawns off another event. And then that event becomes a problem. Let's see. At the same time, this idea of plan for 40 people is old mentality in a perfect world of a highly populated world. No, because if they're going to have 10,000 concurrent players per server, it's easy. It's easy. I know it seems like it's hard, but it's really easy to manage content when you control certain variables. Now, they control how many people are on the server at a time. They control the world size. So they are definitely trying to make sure all the servers maintain a healthy population with that 50 to that 5-to-1 ratio, which we're going to try to get Steven to talk more on in the next Q&A. We're going to use some social We're going to use some social dissidence to get that question answered. We're going to have multiple people post the same question. I don't care if it pisses them off. The more I sit here and think about it, 50,000 accounts to 10,000 concurrent logins, that needs explanation. We need an explanation of that. We can't just, that's like I said, hey man, stop the car. I know you know where you're going, but I don't know why we're going there. And if Steven actually cares about his community, Steven will realize that he needs to read the book Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink and Leif Babin, I think. It's great that you have an idea. It's great that you have a destination. It's great that you have a vision. But if I don't understand it as a content creator, then I can't explain it to the masses for you. As a leader, it's great to have a plan. But if nobody understands why that's the plan, then it's a bad fucking plan. So the more I sit here and think about the 50,000 to 10,000 ratio, I say, I can't. I can't, man. I need that explained to me. I need that broken down for me, Steven. I need a better answer, because everything in my history tells me a 5-to-1 ratio of concurrent users to online isn't going to work. Every fiber of my being says, warning, danger, Will Robinson, danger, Will Robinson. And I say to myself, I can't just roll without raising the alarm. It's like, I'm not being the boy who cried wolf. Holy shit, I think I see a wolf. So I'm gonna cry wolf and be like, hey, I think we have a wolf among the sheep. I think we have an Arya Stark among the House of Frey. Keep up with your pop culture references, would you? That's a big fucking dinosaur. Maybe during mid to end life cycle 5-to-1, but not launch. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. What's up, Delaron? I owe somebody 200. Who do I owe? Goontag, right? 1 second. I owe Goontag because he wasn't here for his. He here today? Oh, he's not here. It's gonna go random. All right. Off we go to the boss fight. Okay. Let's switch over. Oh, what did we do? What did we do? Let's look at the mount video. I'm tired of looking at the twins video. We need more footage. Let's see. Problem is, really, there are so many eventualities that it's the most stable and balanced option to do it as Ash as a creationist. Yeah, it is. It runs the risk of people that don't have 40 people around to being able to do the boss due to lack of players. Here's the problem with that. You're supposed to have threats. People got to break the mindset. People got to break the mindset that you're only ever going to do stuff with your guild. People have to realize a threat to my node requires me to put aside guild differences. And I have to work with people who I might not want to work with them, but I have no choice because my home is in danger. My node is in danger. A big piece to this is people are so used to guild hierarchy being the ultimate hierarchy, and then it's guild and then faction. We haven't had a game like this since EVE Online. EVE Online is the only game that I can think of that even remotely breaks down the faction guild ties. And even then, that's only recently in guild with some of these invasions that I'm hearing about. Most of the time, I'm loyal to my guild and then I'm loyal to my faction. ArcAge is a great example of this. ArcAge, until they forced faction loyalty down everybody's throat, ArcAge was a guild-based game that had a faction system. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not saying that's bad, because we could definitely get into a 2-hour dissertation on it's good, it's bad. But what we do have is people are so used to, I'm loyal to my guild, I'm loyal to my guild, I'm loyal to my guild. Well, what happens if your guild and my guild are at war and a fucking Kraken appears off the coast of our node? We're at war. Are we going to put our shit on pause to protect our node where we have invested hundreds of thousands, if not millions of gold, building the harbor, building the buildings that are for our crafting stations? Or are we going to let the Kraken roll up on the coast, smash all of our buildings just because we're fighting? And I don't mean fuck the petty shit. Obviously, we're involved in a guild war because something sparked off between, and I'm just going to keep it no bad feelings. You've got Paradox and you've got the Intrepid Studios Guild, and Steven and I are fighting over something. We're fighting over those twin bosses because they drop great gear. And remember, world bosses aren't PvP zones. So I declare war on Intrepid Studios, and we're fighting each other, and then all of a sudden there's a Kraken event. That's when I'm gonna PM Steven and be like, hold up, shit's on pause. Kraken's invading the town. You take the left flank, I'll take the right flank. Try to avoid, quote, friendly fire. And then we're gonna pick this shit up. Or let's go another example. Steven and I are at war with each other. Our guilds are at war, and some other node declares war on our node. Hold up. Let's put our shit on pause right now. Let's go kick their asses together. And then when we're done kicking their asses together, we're going to siege their shit because they're out of line and they're getting fucking uppity. And then we're going to pick this shit up. Like, we're not done. We're just on pause. I'm not even thinking on guilds. I'm a guy coming from Final Fantasy XIV, which is played fairly solo. Had an extreme dungeon group, but the rest of the content was at randoms. Now, getting 40 randoms to stop and come to a boss that is standing there waiting, doing nothing doesn't seem an easy thing. Well, that's your problem, okay? That's your problem. You're saying I'm coming from a game that isn't really an MMORPG. You're coming from basically a single player game, which if you played Final Fantasy, you even know that they made fun of this. You even know when they memed this, and they're like, when Alphino looks at you and he says, and I'm sure you have 7 friends. You're the warrior of light that has 7 other warriors of light on fucking speed dial. Every adventurer is a warrior of light. So it's not an MMORPG with any fucking sort of meat, any sort of handling. Let me roll back to Final Fantasy XI. There was no party finder in Final Fantasy XI. I'm one of the people that, through hating his life, I cleared all the way through SEA. Sky and Sea were 2 major fucking accomplishments in Final Fantasy XI. I'm one of the sadistic bastards who fought AV multiple times. You can't claim Final Fantasy XIV isn't an MMO. Yes, I can. I can. Because it's a massive multiplayer online role-playing game that you don't ever actually need anybody for after Shadowbringers. I don't need anybody. It's not a standard Final Fantasy game. You're right. Other than to do Eden, which I can now do in my sleep. Okay? I can play all of Shadowbringers other than Eden, and I don't need another player. Starting with Shadowbringers, I no longer need other players. I don't need other players to play through 99% of the content. Oh, I take that back. To do Eden, to see the Eden side content, and to see the Dwarves raid side content, I need other players. I do not need other players to do the main storyline. I can do the dungeons with my trust. Ask yourself if I could play the game alone. Yes, it's not a true MMORPG. Exactly. And this is weird. It's an RPG with some MMO content. Yeah, that's more appropriately with the start of Shadowbringers and the start of the trust system. I actually run the new content with my trust, before I run it with other people, because I'm a tank and the DPS are going to teach me what all the mechanics are, because the DPS are AI and the DPS never get hit by reticles. They always move in. Well, I don't want to say they always do, because Urianger is, his fucking AI is still jacked up. Urianger dies like fucking always in trust runs because he doesn't move. He doesn't juke, or I don't know. He's like horrible. But you don't need other players to clear the main content of Final Fantasy XIV anymore. I would argue that after really Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, it stopped being a traditional MMO. Oh, no, I give it a little bit of time after that, because you did need... It was much easier to clear Titan hard mode when Titan hard mode was a thing. It was much easier to clear the extremes that they made the only fucking... Like, they made some bad decisions which cost them millions of players. But you don't need other players to clear the content. In fact, a lot of the content you can just clear by yourself at level 80 if you don't give a shit about the challenge. I stopped playing before the release of Stormblood. It does have a good party finder, but that doesn't... No, not Stormblood, Shadowbringers. It's no longer... If you haven't played since Shadowbringers, you have to bow yourself out of the conversation, because you don't understand then what they did. Final Fantasy XIV is no longer an MMORPG, because you don't need other players. That's what I'm telling you. They have a system called the Trust. Alphino... what the fuck is the sister's name? Elsie... How to Elsie? The fuck is her name? Never fucking pronounce her name. God damn it. Whatever. But the twins, Urianger, Thancred, the character I'm not going to name because if you ever go back, it's going to confuse you. Y'shtola, and then the other guy I'm not going to mention because it'll ruin the story for you. You just like, okay, am I a DPS? I take Thancred because he's a tank. I take Alphino because he's a healer. I take Y'shtola because she's a DPS, and then I go into the dungeon. I don't need other people. So no, since Shadowbringers, Final Fantasy XIV is no longer an MMORPG because there's no MMO in it. Now, if you say the Eden content, which is like the group of 12 side raids, which has a nice story with some characters, I'm talking around it in case people go back. And then you talk about the Dwarves raids, which has a nice story. Sure, you need other players for that. But for the main storyline, you don't need other players. I can't legitimately call it an MMO because I don't need other players. It's an online role-playing game. It's actually, it's an ORPG that 600,000 people actually play. Is really what that has become. Yoshi P acknowledges this. Judging a game from its last expansion doesn't seem right. I played 2,600 hours. Yeah, you don't need other players. And absolutely judging a game from its last expansion. It's like this. If a game went from being a MOBA to being a first-person shooter in its last expansion, wouldn't you judge it by its last expansion? If Final Fantasy went from being a RPG to being a first-person shooter, you would definitely judge it by its last expansion. The fact that it no longer needs other players. It's a co-op RPG. And really, it's not even a co-op RPG except for side content. So really, from his progression, yes. But until Shadowbringers, it was an MMORPG, without a doubt. However, yeah, and I didn't say Final Fantasy XIV is a bad game. I'm saying it's not a real MMORPG anymore. Because you don't need other players doesn't mean other players don't group and do stuff. Again, if I don't need other players, you can't categorize it as an MMORPG, a tradition. If we gotta make everybody happy, fuck that. I don't do that. I don't do politically correct. Is Final Fantasy XIV an MMORPG? No. Is it a traditional MMORPG? No. Is it an RPG with co-op play? Yes. If I have to fit it into one category, an RPG with co-op play is definitely more accurate for Final Fantasy XIV than MMORPG. Sorry. That's just, and keep this in mind. I'm probably a bigger Final Fantasy XIV fan than any fucking person in the channel. I was distraught with the failure of the original, version of it. I was so hyped for Final Fantasy XIV when it originally launched, that everything else in my life became second. That's really the game that brought Tamir into major gaming. She actually got into the beta testing for it and I didn't. I was like, the fuck? How did that happen? Until Shadowbringers, you did need a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, until Shadowbringers, you needed other people. Yes, you needed other people because you couldn't progress anything without other people. Now you don't need other people. So yeah, until Shadowbringers, it was an MMORPG. After Shadowbringers, it wasn't. You just earned Hugs for Bits 1K bit badge. Nice. I still think the cog looks sexy. Oh, you should have gotten a new cog now. You should have gotten the 1K cog. Oh, and you should have gotten a new emote, Theater Elf. There should be an emote that just unlocked for you for 1K bits, if I recall correctly. Half the time I can't recall shit because I'm old. But yeah, you should have gotten one. Emotes, loyalty badges, bits, cheer motes. No, not you. Where is it? You should have gotten the cat. You should have gotten the cat hug. You got the cat hug. Alrighty. Good conversation. Good discussions. And somebody said that's why I'm excited for Ashes of Creation. You're going to need statics or teams for most content. Yes. I am totally stoked for Ashes of Creation in the fact that you are going to need statics. You are going to need people set up and scheduled with you. Like Revelation Online was the last game I played that you really needed a static because of how Revelation Online's content worked. We had an amazing static in in Revelation Online. My wife and I picked up my wife and I and one of our friends from Arcage. One of our friends from Arcage came over with us, and we picked up two random guys that knew each other, and they were in school and they had jobs. And Tamir and I, obviously, I was still active duty. So I would get home, and the two kids that I'm gonna call them kids because they were significantly younger than me. The two kids would get home, and then our tank, he was a vet. He was a retired vet, so he would get back from doing his thing, and then we would literally knock out our content. I think it was like Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays was raid day. So Sundays, I think we did that weird ass one. We had to go around the world. But that was the last time I had a static that was like, okay, we're going to do this. I like content that requires you to know the people that you're with, because I find that most content in MMOs is so easy. It's so easy. Am I from Europe? No. Do I have a guild for AOC? Yes. I have a North American guild for AOC. Unfortunately, due to the time zone thing, I'm going to have a character on European servers, for hanging out as a streamer, but my main guild is NA. Probably Central Time Zone, because I think everybody agrees that works best. But waiting for Ashes to move a little bit further into testing, so that I can talk and so I can see what I need and the peeps we need. And then we're gonna start building. We're gonna start building an Alpha 1, getting people together, what we're gonna do, how we're gonna do it. Not everybody wants to be like hardcore, so I'm gonna have some officers that run some of the smaller like sub branch guilds. Like the crafting guild, the gathering guild, the processing guild. I got plans. I got plans and schemes inside plans and schemes. So it's going to be a good time. I'm really, 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 really excited for Ashes. By the way, I'm going to, are we still, is that poll still open? What? Let's see. Ashes community is pretty strong. They came out of nowhere. Pantheon was beating Ashes for the most anticipated MMO, and Ashes came out of nowhere. I'm going to share this poll with you guys. Pantheon had like 300 votes and Ashes had like nothing. And then Ashes community went fucking donkey balls. And Ashes now has 43% of the vote, with over 2,000 votes. Here's where the here's where the big problem comes in, right? Sorry, brain, too many distractions. What you have is you have a community of 22,000 people online right now, and we can only get 2,000 votes. You have just under 3 million people registered for Ashes of Creation, and we can only get 2,000 votes. I would love to see, like, somebody asked me what some of my goals are for 2021. Some of my goals for 2021 is getting back to that march to 50,000. I want to be the voice of 50,000 gamers. I want to be able to, when Steven starts getting uppity or a different developer starts getting uppity, I want to be like, hey man, 50,000 people say you're wrong. And just give those developers that bell ring, like, wait, what? Be like, 50,000 people support me, and we did some talking, and we all came to the consensus that, because there's something to be said about 50,000 people say you're wrong. At the same time, you guys know that a lot of times we don't have a consensus around here. We don't reach a one answer. I constantly provide feedback that is, a lot of people feel this way, but a small segment feels this way, a small segment feels this way. I don't believe in majority rule. I believe that if you have 3 different opinions in a community, I mean, obviously not like 50%, 49%, 1%. The 1% guy probably gets disregarded. But if you've got 48 to 52, you should present both, present both sides. My static for extreme stuff was NA Canadian, was tough. The raids would start at 1 or 2 every time. Want to avoid that this time. Realms, I suggest you look into some of the European guilds that are already up and running. The Checkmate is one, isn't Envious one. There's some guilds that are already up and running for Ashes that you might be able to join them now with the games they're playing, see if they're a good fit. Oh, Envious is NA? Is it NA? Who's Talents? Who's the other EU group? The ones that give Checkmate shit. It's Checkmate and is it Reborn? I knew there was one. 6 years post their failed kicks. Oh, Codex, maybe Codex. Maybe Codex. I know there's 2 big EU groups. One's Checkmate. I know that for certain. I thought Envious was EU. It's Codex. Okay. 6 years post their failed Kickstarter, they put out a video basically saying sorry to the community, that they needed more funding. Once investors tell them they aren't getting a dime, they should pull a Caspian and lay off anyone else who's still employed there. No one should give them a dime. What game are you talking about there, Asparagus? I sort of missed something. I missed. Oh, Pantheon. I think it's. Are we still too soon to slap Pantheon around? No, it's not too soon. Pantheon needs to fish or cut bait. Pantheon needs to fish or cut bait. And I say that because you are right. They are far too long in development. Pantheon failed to meet their Kickstarter threshold. Now, if that's not a good indicator to you that maybe you want to rethink your fucking idea, I don't know what is. Pantheon, Pantheon looks horrible. I'm not saying that a game has to look good to play good, but I am definitely saying that if a game looks like ass in 2020, I'm not going to play it. It could be the best fucking gameplay in the world, but man, we're rocking 30 series graphics cards with, fucking 64 million color monitors refreshing at 144 hertz. For a game like Stream Raiders, for what it is, this game can look like this because this game is supposed to look like this. This is the humor in this. However, you can't be looking like busted ass in 2020. It will have its own little EQ niche of followers, but if the game comes out, it's going to be extremely lacking. Yeah, they charge money to be able to post on their forums that is gated by a $5 sub. I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against them having a minimum investment fee to be able to post on their sub because, let's be honest, if you have no... One argument is if you don't have a dog in the fight, then stop yapping. If you don't have a dog in the fight, stop yapping. If you're not a supporter of Pantheon, in some ways, I know this is going to catch people off guard. In some ways, get the fuck off their forums and shut the fuck up. You don't have a dog in the fight. You have no skin in the game. You haven't put money down. Your right to access the developer, right? Your right to access the developer doesn't exist. Because you don't have a right to access the developer. You have the privilege, you have the expectation, but if you have put no money down, your expectation of being able to access the developer, it doesn't exist. Should Intrepid do that? If you truly believe that the class of person providing feedback doesn't matter, then you're disillusioned. Steven reads a bunch of forum threads. However, at the same time, Steven is feisty. Steven will tell you that you're dumb, but he does it more politically correct. But Steven will call people out for the stupid shit they say. And Steven will put them on the spot. And he rightfully puts them on the spot. Steven steps into the batter's box and gets pitched to. But sometimes Steven flips the script and he throws a hard ball at the person asking the questions. It's really, really easy to be an obstinate dickhead when you're the one on the offense. But when you're on the defense and you get a developer asking you questions and then people's like, well, I have the right. First of all, no, the fuck you don't have the right. Show me in the Constitution where it tells you have the right to be a jagbag to a developer. It doesn't exist. So don't use the word right. You have the entitlement. Oh, you have the entitlement? You have the entitlement to go into a closed community and be an obstinate dickhead. Guess what? He has the ability to ban your ass. People forget that freedom of speech doesn't exist on private platforms. You have the right to be polite. Yes, you have the right to ask a legitimate question. You have the right to ask a legitimate question and to voice a legitimate concern. You have the right to go about it in an aggressive manner, in a rude manner, in an arrogant manner. The thing about being rude and the thing about being arrogant and the thing about it being aggressive is you got to be right. If you're right often enough, your behavior is not justifiable. Your behavior is excused and tolerated because you happen to have the air of you're most of the time right. You notice that arrogant people that are always wrong get laughed at and shut down, but arrogant people that are always right get tolerated. Sometimes you gotta fucking break a few dishes in order to be heard. You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. Well, no shit. But sometimes you gotta flip a table every now and then to stop all the bullshit side conversations and get everybody to focus on center stage. I could do my exact programming, my exact show, my exact style, and I could do it a whole lot more politely. But I'm a big fan of Joe Clark. I'm a big fan of Joe Clark from Lean On Me, the teacher who went into the Jersey school system. And sometimes I express my message and I express my message and nowhere in it am I going to be polite. If you don't like what I have to say, either address what I have to say or realize I'm saying it and it's true and you don't want to address it. If you go about your day and everyone you run into is an asshole, you need to stop and think that maybe you're the asshole. Oh no, I use that all the time. If everybody you meet on Monday is an asshole and everybody you meet on Tuesday is an asshole and everybody you meet on Wednesday is an asshole, chances are you're the asshole. There's people who have private conversations with me and realize that how I am in private and how I am in public are different. How I am as Jahlon and how I am as the person behind Jahlon are two different things. I'm gonna call people out in public, but if you want to have a legitimate business level conversation with me, I'll do that. And Steven knows that. Steven has on several occasions gotten multiple pages of PowerPoint slides because he's asked for them. And that is a little bit legitimizing. Hey man, I don't like what you're saying. Okay, here's a 45-page PowerPoint presentation about why I'm saying what I'm saying. Oh, fuck. Now you got to address it. Now you either have to address it and discount every single line on 45 pages of slides, or you have to be like, fuck. I called him out on it. He delivered a fucking product. Now I gotta sit here and just let him fucking prance because motherfuckers got the sheet music to prance to. And that's what you gotta be careful about. It's like I tell you guys the story. I go to the school district has a memo about me now that I have a degree in education. Oh shit, we're outnumbered because the last thing they want to do is use that phrase with me again. Sir, what you have to understand about education is, and then the school district's like, the superintendent has to be like, Mr. Jahlon has an MA in education. He's got several years experience teaching. He's written several papers, several articles. Let's not talk down to him like a parent. Let's embrace him like a colleague. Well, that's some bullshit too, right? Shouldn't you treat every parent with the same level of respect? Regardless of what their personal background in education is. I mean, keep in mind, every parent has a background in education. They all went to school. I don't need to have a degree in veterinary science to know that I just stepped in dog shit, right? It's pretty evident. That's bull too, but in reality, people do that. Yeah, people definitely do that. People definitely do that every day of the week is how people act. And that's, again, some bullshit. That is some grade A. That is some grade A bullshit with people's behavior. You get treated differently based on your pedigree. Well, you know, you shouldn't get treated differently based on your pedigree, but people do it all the time. Mainly the people treating you differently based on your pedigree are the people who are fake and non-authentic and disingenuous, and they don't want to get called out and they don't want to get caught. So they treat the people that they can bullshit with bullshit, and they treat the people that they know are going to call them on the carpet with a lot more respect. The key to recognize that it's bull, call it, but try not to get upset while doing it. You'll always come out ahead. Oh no, man. I have found you can really distinguish how you need to handle people. If you immediately rear up and the heckles on your neck go up and you flare up, most people, there are very few people that are going to flare right back up and go toe to toe, blow to blow with you about shit. There's an entire science. There's an entire science behind disarming confrontation. Hundreds of books on it. But a lot of times you can cut through a lot of bullshit by just flaring up, you know, getting a little agitated, getting a little aggressive, because generally then that gets you past a lot of gatekeepers, and it gets you to the person who really has it gets you to the people that really have the authority. No, I'm not saying flip tables in public. You can't destroy other people's property. Flipping tables is a proverbial statement, not an actual course of action. There's tons of passive aggressives out there. If you're aggressive, it freaks them out. You know, I was tired of the bullshit where people like you guys know that I'm huge on the origin of sayings. The customer is always right, ... about what they want to buy. The phrase "the customer is always right" is only half the damn phrase. I showed people on a number of occasions. I've done sales. I hate retail. I hate retail because I hate dealing with corporate retail policies. I hate dealing with you have to convert every person you have to convert every browser into a buyer. And I said to my boss once, I was like, that's a bullshit standard. That's a bullshit metric. And you know it. And I know it. And he's like, you know it. I know it. And 99% of salespeople that we teach with the Friedman sales method jump into it. You don't follow it. I had a guy came into I was the manager of a leather store. I had a guy come into the leather store every day for like 2 weeks. And I wasted time, effort, energy trying to sell him. And then one day he came in, was walking around. Hey, how you doing? Never even left the counter. He walked around. He's like, so what? You're not going to come up and try to sell me today? I said, no. You come in here every day, about 10, 15 minutes. You look around. You're a non-sale. I'm going to give you like 1 or 2 more visits in, and then I'm just going to ask you to leave the store because you always coming in. You're like, case in my store. I don't know what you're doing. You don't need to be here. Guy got kind of like offended. He's like, what? I'm like, my guess is that you work in the mall and you're just walking out and you're just killing time before the bus because you always come in about the same time and you always leave about the same time. I'm guessing you're catching the 384 just outside that door. The guy kind of looks at me. I said, I don't give a shit if you come in the store, but I do give a shit if you waste my time. So if you're not buying, I'm not selling. I don't actually want to sell you anything. And guy left. Didn't see the guy for a couple of months. Guy came back, bought a coat. He laughed about it. He's like, I was just waiting to see if they were going to go on sale. There was no point in buying a leather coat in the summer. Yeah, you're right. There was no point in buying a leather coat in the summer. I wasn't going to try to sell you and give you a discount. You want to buy a coat, you buy a coat. I said, you're wasting my time. You're a time waster. I don't deal with time wasters. My boss was like, that was the wrong way to handle it. I was like, the wrong way to handle it was getting him to sign on the sign on the line that is dotted. And he's like, yeah, good point. Is there any controls? Nope. It's just a unit placement game. You place and the AI will do its thing. And the AI will piss you off during PvP and won't shoot the guy that needs to die. And then you lose by 1 unit. Don't worry. You'll experience that with us. Oh, yeah. Turns out my teenager doesn't have COVID. My wife has COVID. My teenager has all the same symptoms. my teenager has all the same symptoms. Doesn't have COVID. My wife got a rapid COVID test, got a positive result in less than 5 minutes. My daughter had a culture test, and hers came back like 3 days later, negative. I have no idea. Wonderful news, except I don't believe it. You know, like my daughter's had a migraine for like 7 days, but she doesn't have a history of migraines, so they're not going to do any of the migraine shit for her. Plus the fact that she's able to be up, she's able to look around. She has a headache. She has a cluster headache, not a migraine. Because when people say I have a migraine, here's the test for your migraine. Have you vomited? Yes or no? No. Is the room spinning to the point where you're nauseous? Yes or no? No. Is all the light breaking up into clusters and like you can taste sound? No. Okay, you have a headache, not a migraine. Let me tell you, when you get hit with a migraine, you usually hit the floor and you usually puke all over yourself, and then you you're usually curled up in a ball, covering your eyes and praying for everybody to just shut the fuck up. Everything else is a headache. Makes you wonder if your wife has a false positive. You know, I don't think my wife has a false positive. I think my daughter has a delayed. I think my daughter is sick. But yeah, I think my daughter had an antibody test, a cultured antibody test, where she's got COVID. She just didn't produce enough antibodies to trigger a positive. At the same time, I mean, it doesn't matter. We're taking the kids' pulse oxes, we're taking their temperature, jacking them full of vitamin C. During the incubation period, the test will become negative. I mean, there's people that have had COVID for 72 days where they were infectious and they were never symptomatic. This is like one of the most mind fucking blowing viruses ever. You can be infectious and not symptomatic. You can be symptomatic but not contagious. You can be in the same house with somebody, sleeping in the same bed as somebody, and not catch it. People say it's like the most contagious virus ever in the history of man. Yeah, I'm laying face to face with my wife and I don't have it. You can get it. You can be reinfected. Okay, then why haven't I been reinfected? If I did have it and I beat it, why? Get out of here. We don't know. The thing's only been on the fucking planet for like 13 months. Nobody knows shit. You can't muscle through migraines. Yeah, funny story. I went to the neurologist, and the neurologist, I walked in. I don't give a fuck about rules of polite society. I walked into the neurologist's office on the base. It's like 6:30 in the morning. I have my Oakleys on. I'm in the building with my Oakleys on. And somebody questioned me, and I said, I have a migraine, and I'm on my way to neurology. And you just stated as a matter of fact, why do you have sunglasses on? I have a migraine, and I'm on my way to neurology. Please keep your voice down. You just walk off. I walk into neurology. I've got my Oakleys on, and I've polarized. I have very, very sexy polarized Oakleys. It was actually funny. If you guys remember 2 years ago, I was actually doing a show like this because these are my prescription as well. These hadn't come in yet, and I had these, and I was like, well, I can see the screen now. Well, I'm in neurology, and they put me in the room with these bright ass fucking hospital lights on. Guess what? By my training as a biomedical equipment technician, or my common sense, I walked over, I turned the lights off. And I'm there, and like 20 minutes later, the doctor comes in. She slams the door open. Good morning. What seems to be the problem? I don't know. I'm in neurology for a migraine. And so she goes to give me the standard neurology test. Touch your nose, do all these things to make sure your brain is functional. And then she starts having me do the motion of the hand, like look at your hands while they're in motion test. And I said, do you think there's any chance that I could get like Phenergan before we do this. Otherwise, I'm going to throw up all over your floor. She's like, no, it would take like an hour for me to get you a Phenergan dose because we're not part of the admitting the inpatient clinic. I said, okay, whatever. I said, can we move the trash can over because I'm going to throw up? And she's like, no, you'll be fine. I start doing the hand motion test. I threw up all over her floor. And she's like, wow. I was like, yeah, that's the second time I've thrown up today too. So I have a problem. I got something going on. She is like, well, I'm going to send you home because you're sick. And I'm like, I'm not sick. I have a fucking migraine. And she's like, I don't believe you have a migraine. I believe you have the flu and you're throwing up due to that. I have a history of migraines. They're documented. I'm seeing you for the first time because I'm PCSing to this base. Can I please have my migraine meds? Nope. Wouldn't give me my migraine meds. So thanks, doc. Do I believe this is an engineered virus or a natural occurrence? I don't believe that this is a natural occurrence. I believe this is an engineered virus. Because they're always fucking about with viruses trying to make new strains and shit. I mean, where the fuck did it come from? It either came from a lab or it came from a snake that bit a bat that ate a rat that a person bit without cooking. Come on, work with me here. Work with me here. You got everybody in the free world getting stabbed with a vaccination. I say to everybody, thanks for doing your part. I'm not getting a first generation. I'm not getting a first generation. Vaccine. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen in the slightest. Uh-oh. So, let's see. What else is going on? Oh yeah, can we please stop calling Crimson Desert an MMO? We stop that. I remember when I was 5 and my grandma put some green bean casserole on my plate. Matter of factly, I said if I eat that, I'll throw up. Made me eat it, and I threw up under the Thanksgiving table. Nice. Excellent. Yeah, my family stopped doing that shit to me when I was a kid. I knew what triggered my migraines. I knew what triggered me to get sick. And my family was always like, I come from one of those Irish families, eat everything that's on your plate, or let me not lie, eat everything that's in your bowl. Because Irish fucking cuisine is we put everything in a bowl and we boil it for 17 and a half hours straight, and we eat it with some fucking bread. Thanks, Dennis Leary. You encapsulated fucking Irish cuisine in my teens, and I'm never going to be able to forget that. But my family got tired of that because they're like, all we do is put food in him and then he throws it up. Yeah, I don't eat that. Sorry. Like fucking goat's milk. My family in Ireland had goats. Well, let me say that better. While in Ireland, I drank goat's milk because my family had goats. And then I came to America for a while and I drank this wonderful shit called pasteurized cow's milk. Went back to Ireland, goat's milk made me vomit. And I was like, after that, I was like, I am never going to drink this again. Dislike the eat everything on your plate mentality, even if I understand where it comes from. I mean, it comes in my household, it came from us being poor. Eat everything on your plate because we're poor. Like I said, I don't like being poor. So at the age of 8, I started delivering newspapers. Half a penny a newspaper. Multiple thousands of newspapers. 3 times a week. All day, every day, 3 times a week, delivering newspapers. To deliver 1,000 newspapers. 1,000 fucking newspapers for $5. For $5. $5. 1,000 newspapers. I didn't roll them. I didn't wrap them. They came to me rolled and wrapped. They got dropped off. I had 2 days to deliver 1,000 newspapers. So $5 cash. Loved cash. $5, man. Back in the 80s. Go to the store. Loaf of bread. Loaf of bread, peanut butter, jelly. The rest of my family eating like whatever the hell they're eating. My dad used to always say, "Aren't you hungry?" Nope. Why? Peanut butter jelly sandwich. You can live a very long time with a loaf of bread, peanut butter, and jelly. So lots of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches when I was a kid. Then I moved up to newspapers that paid a little bit better. And then I started cleaning fish tanks. And then just kept working from there. What do you call a med student who passes with a D-? Doctor. Yeah. Usually, what do you call a med student who passes with a D-? Usually major, because they're usually in the military for a couple of years so they can pay off their med school. I'm going to jump up real quick, stretch the legs. I recommend you all get yourself a beverage. We've got a lot of show left to go today. We've got at least 2 more hours. And then come up with some Ashes of Creation questions. Otherwise, we are going to venture around the world of Reddit. I'll be right back. Alrighty, yeah, I'll agree. Peanut butter and I'll agree. Peanut butter and jelly is better than ramen, but man, ramen is pretty damn good. Actually, let me jump out here to the talking screen. I do want to share with you guys. You guys know that I love the holidays. You guys know that I still got the Christmas tree up. The tree will be up through tomorrow's show. This is my last week on my old schedule. Starting next week, and we got to talk about the schedule today. We got to talk about the schedule a little bit. But you guys know I'm big on the holidays. I'm big on Mr. J. So the greatest gift somebody could get me was the Joker as Santa. So this was actually kind of cool. The Joker as Santa, and my wife has, I believe my wife has Harley Quinn. I didn't take a look at that, but yeah, I have the Joker as Santa, which I think is the textbook culmination of my life. What's up? You got a 69.5. Same result as you got on your last STD test. But the other one is, you guys know that I'm a huge fan of Sorcerer Mickey. I'm a huge fan of Sorcerer Mickey, and my family got me a Sorcerer Mickey limited edition Fantasia pop. So pops are like the new Beanie Babies. I don't understand why people love them so much, but people love them. People absolutely love them. I've seen some fucking pops that aren't even that old. In fact, where's my other one's downstairs. I have this really big Fantasia pop. I've seen pops only a couple of years old sell for thousands, like limited edition ones. It's crazy. Yeah, that one didn't come into me. Let's grab that. Yeah, RS Blunden, I didn't even see that. That didn't even come into me, period. Didn't even come into the chat channel. Are raids and dungeons going to be very mechanic heavy like WoW or Final Fantasy, or more DPS HP checks? They are going to be mechanics. They are putting in fights that are going to take us back to our roots as MMORPG players, where you're not just going to be able to use the Force Luke Skywalker. You're going to have to be a mechanic. You're going to have to avoid shit on the ground. You're going to have to tanks. I'm actually stoked for this. Tanks are going to have to actually tank. Tanks are going to have to manage aggro. It's not going to be like Final Fantasy 14 where you run in with Royal Guard on, hit the mob 3 times, and then eat a fucking sandwich. Which I'm not even joking, guys. The other day I was tanking in Final Fantasy and something came up, and I had to stop hitting the boss for a second. And yeah, I had the boss at. I stopped hitting the boss at like 75%, right? I stopped hitting the boss at like 75%, and I had to address something on the other screen. I didn't move out of the red shit, and I didn't hit the boss again until 60%. And no shit, I never lost aggro. There is something wrong with the tank just going OFO, off for 15%, and you don't lose, aggro. There is a flaw there. There is a definite no shit flaw in your game design, in your game development. There's definitely something wrong there. So yes, raids and dungeons are going to be very heavy, mechanic heavy. You are going to be dodging shit, rocks and sticks and arrows and spears and magic and drops and other bosses and ads. Yeah, you're gonna be fucking busy. I think there's gonna be some people who have brain aneurysms after the first 2 weeks of Ashes of Creation. They're gonna be like, oh my god, this isn't an MMO, this is fucking purgatory, this is hell. And Steven's gonna be like, nah, it's an MMORPG, like old school. I think so many people are accustomed to this watered down bullshit. Because do we all remember the old days when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, and we actually had to try? Do we remember those days? Because I remember those days. I remember airship in Final Fantasy 11 taking like 40 times to clear. And then I remembered when you cleared it, it wasn't like oh, you beat it, you can beat it every single time you come in here now. No, it was hi, this is what Jahlon affectionately calls pinecone content. I cleared airship with my group of 6, but I have a link shell that needs to clear it, and guess what? I have to keep doing this fucking torture, right? I have to keep doing this torture. What do you mean? How are loot tables going to be? How are loot tables is a lot of question. I need a little bit more. I need a little bit more there, unfortunately, to understand what you mean by loot tables. Because loot tables might lead me to looting rules, or it might lead me to some other stuff. So there's some stuff I can unpack for you. I just need to know what specifically you're looking for, because the better you do at bosses, the better their loot table. Bosses drop finished goods and crafting mats. The stats on dropped items are randomized. So there are quite a few bits and pieces we already know about loot. Guys, is the stream okay? I'm getting like all sorts of error messages. Yeah, is the stream okay? Can you guys hear me, see me, and see the content? There is an issue right now going on. There is an issue going on right now with Twitch. So, might have some problems. Okay. Message came not to your screen, maybe Twitch chat issue. Sorry, friend asked, and I don't remember it. Will there be raids? Will the raids be for smaller, big groups, or both? Sorry if this was asked many times. Never apologize for asking a question. I do this show. The show is called Q&A. Ask as many questions as you want. I love what I do, right? I love what I do. There is going to be 8-man content. There is going to be 16-man content, and then there's going to be 40-man content. You can make a raid of people, 8, 16, 24, 32, and 40. But they're not specifically creating 24 and 32-man content. they are making mainly 8, 16, and 40. Party size is 8, and then you stack 8s. You stack up 8s. So raids, dungeons will be for 8, and then raids will be for 16 or 40. Now, does that mean they absolutely can't ever make a 24 or a 32-man raid? No, they absolutely could. They absolutely could later on down the road. That's one of the things that I know a lot of people flipped their shit about. Oh my God, they're doing 40-man content. Well, that's okay. They don't have wraps at McDonald's anymore. What the fuck? Trying to secure lunch here. People are like, why is Intrepid doing 40-man content? It's so hard to get 40 people together. I'm sorry that the days of everything being spoon-fed to you and being easy are over. I can get 40 people together to do a raid. I can get 100 people together to do a raid. I can get 300 people together to do a raid. I can get 2,500 pilots to log in and EVE Online and all jump to... I can manage 50 different fleets on a status board. I can look at a map, and I'm not there. I'm doing it all from a setup of 5 monitors with star maps, and people are like, well, where are you? I'm sitting in fucking station. What do you mean you're not with us? Yes, because I really want to worry about flying a ship while I'm busy deploying all these different groups. I'm busy hearing reports from 50 different people, keeping track on spreadsheets about where everybody is. Now, I pay my monthly subscription, so I'm entitled to do all the content. No, the fuck you're not. Okay, no, the fuck you're not. The content is made available to you. The content is made available. I can see all the chat, guys, so that's good. Might have just been a momentary hiccup. I do have a determining quality issue, but I'm dropping no frames and I can see you guys, so we can do this. If you don't have 39 friends, if you're not part of a guild, if you're not part of a group, why should you get to do the 40-man content? Well, I pay my monthly subscription. Your monthly subscription is only what allows you to access the game. It's not Intrepid's job to have 1-800 find a friend. Maybe you should think about this. There are no skills used in an MMORPG that don't equally relate to the real world. The ability to socialize and work well in groups is one of the most important skills you can ever develop. Maybe if nobody wants to group with you or party with you or deal with you, it's because, I don't know, you're a shithead. Final Fantasy XI is the last time I really saw social ostracizing of shitheads. Joined a raid, looked at the group of people, saw a name that looked familiar, looked at the side of my monitor, ran down left the raid. Person forming the group forming the alliance was like, what's up with you, man? Man, I can't deal with that guy. I won't raid with that guy. Can't deal with him. Not gonna do it, can't do it, sorry. Not gonna happen. A couple of minutes later, get a tell back from the alliance leader. Don't worry, man, we'd rather have you than that guy. That guy, we found out that guy has a reputation for being a shithead. Keep in mind, if there's no party finder and content is regionalized, if you're a loot goblin, if you're a ninja looter, you may find yourself shit out of luck. Nobody wants to run dungeons with you. If you find yourself as a rage quitter, that's fine. I'll tell you right now, if somebody that I run a dungeon with outside of my guild is a rage quitter, I'm never going to run with them again. If they make fun of my guild members who are learning content, I'm not going to run it with them again. And they say, well, what makes you so special? Again, I'm the guy that doesn't have a problem getting 7 other people together, 15 other people together, or 39 other people together to clear content. I'm also the guy that understands it's really easy to get 40 people together to do content. It's really hard to get 80. So you're gonna have there are gonna be people who have to ride the pine and sit the bench. The nice thing about Ashes is, since it's open world content, it's not like it's Nexramus where you only can take 40 people in and the rest have to sit outside. Bring all the people in with you. Hey man, this is a boss room. Everybody who's not on the A roster, you guard the entrance. Well, I want to do the fight. I understand you want to do the fight. Sit your ass outside and fucking guard the entrance. You're still getting DKP for the fight. You're still eligible for the loot because very little of the loot in Ashes is bound. So if I got 62 people that want to do the content and the boss gets stupid after 40, guess what's going to happen? What's going on this one? Okay. So I don't need you to come into the boss room. I need you to stay your ass outside. That's what I need you to do. Yeah, guard the entrance. Hey, Sparky, you have all the loot you need from this boss. I need you to keep your group in the other group, because we've got 56 people here tonight, which means we have 7 groups for 5 slots. You guys guard the entrance. All right, Sparky's group rotate into the main raid. Delaron's group rotate out. You guys are on guard duty. Well, I need the bow from... I got it. If the bow drops, I'm going to call it in comms that the bow dropped. Again, because the loot drops aren't bound, I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to sit there with the raid and fumble fuck around of who's there. Couple of different ways you can do this. Guild leaders who aren't familiar with guild leading. Number 1, DKP, non-exclusive to the day the item was. Sounds like it's loot council style drops. No, it's not loot council, and I will freely admit, I do run by loot council a little bit for new content, for gearing up the main tank, the main healer, the off healer, and the main support. Because if you can't clear the content, nobody gets loot. A lot of times people are like, why can't I get that? Because you suck at tanking, and it's a tank shield, and this is going to make the fight 7% easier from every time we run it on. So big thing, if you're not familiar with DKP, dragon kill points or dungeon kill points, both acronyms are correct. Settle down. So say we run through the dungeon. There's 3 bosses, 6 pieces of gear, 6 crafting mats, 3 harvest mats. Every boss we kill, you get a point, right? You get a point. So at the end of the night, you have 3 DKP, as does everybody else. Okay, so the first night you go through, you have 3 DKP. Now, there's 2 ways to do this. Number 1, I have a roster of who was there on Friday, and the drops from Friday will get immediately divvied out after the raid to only the people that were there. Number 2, you just put everything the guild acquires for the week as guild time, formal raids, all goes into the pot, all one communal pot of DKP, and then on Saturday or whatever, you do the bidding. It works well if you have it on a scheduled day, because then if somebody can't be there that day, they say, all right, the bow of the 5 fingers is in the loot pile. I want that. I'm putting in an early bid of 7. Okay. So, all right, guys, it's time to auction off the bow of the 5 fingers. The opening bid is 7. And people are like, why is it 7? Well, because somebody who can't be here right now is bidding 7. When do you feel AOC will reach a beta status where people can log in whenever they want? There is no open beta for Ashes of Creation. Alpha 2 will be persistent. I don't think Ashes will hit beta at all until the middle of 2022 at the soonest. more likely the end of 2022 for beta. Alpha 2 will be persistent, where that's where people will be able to log in whenever they want. I will let you guys know if, since we're on that topic, if you haven't signed up for Ashes of Creation yet, or is the chatbot not going to work either today? I ask you guys if you are willing, if you haven't signed up. Oh, what the man! This dislocated finger is causing me all sorts of issues. Are you just not going to cooperate with me? Fine, I'll just copy and paste it from right there. If you haven't registered for Ashes of Creation yet, use that referral link if you can see chat to register. The reason why I ask you to do that is the more I grow as a content creator, the more beta keys I will have to give away. The more people that I continue to reach, it shows Intrepid, hey, this is the guy that we should put a little investment in this guy. Also, side note, if you guys have followed my Fractured stuff, Fractured is free to test until the 3rd. I'm a Fractured content creator as well. They're the first people that made me a big boy as a content creator. They're my first coupon code. So Ashes will never have an open beta, but I will have beta keys to give away down the road. So that's a nice boost and benefit. So I'm still hearing from people who can't chat at the moment. Let's do this, guys. If you're trying to say something to me on if you guys are trying to say something to me and you can't, if Twitch chat is being completely ridiculous with you, that's the Discord. There's also a Discord link down below, and the Ashes General channel on my Discord. If you talk in there, I've got that up on the side screen now. Now we know why I have so many damn monitors. That's up on the side screen, so you can talk with me there. That way I can see what you're trying to say. Man, it's rough, man. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. Twitch has been having a lot of problems. My guy BCG, BCG is been struggling hard. He's trying to maintain his streaming career. That poor bastard. I do not know. I've put dozens of hours of thought into his channel and why he doesn't grow and blah blah blah. And I refuse to believe that being a little negative for a couple of weeks killed him. That fucker just can't grow. On top of the fact that he can't grow, he can't stream to YouTube or Twitch right now. He's just having problems left, right, and center. So that sucks for him. Lots of people have been having problems. I hope that they're gonna. I see that question. I just got to get my eyes back on the screen about the UI. What the hell is going on? Back to Ashes General. Okay. Any chance they will allow add-ons for UI customization? No, they're not allowing any UIs, any add-ons, any third-party software. Here's what they want to do. They have brought on a UI artist. He's got experience with WoW, Diablo 4. He is there to make sure that the UI is fully customizable by what Intrepid gives you. Steven feels, and I agree with this statement, you should not leave it up to your community to be building the tools that your community needs. You should build the tools that your community needs. So wow, it's great that you can have third-party UI optimization. The problem is when it comes to third-party add-ons, you give the mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk. If you start allowing any add-ons, you insert any hooks for third-party programming, then you open up a can of worms that you may not be able to close again. If you can't customize your UI in a way that you want to customize your UI, Steven wants his UI artist and his UI programmers to make that possible. Now, does that mean on day one, you're going to have the absolute best UI you've ever seen and it's going to be perfect? No. There's going to be a base UI that comes out, and then it's going to get modified and it's going to get tweaked. It's going to get made mo better. And then after it's made mo better, there'll be complaints and there'll be changes and there'll be fixes. But let's be honest, getting the UI right is such a core part of the game that people think that elements of the game exist in a vacuum, and they don't. If the UI, right? If the UI isn't good, then they need to fix it. I honestly don't agree there. EVE Online has so much good community-made sites, starting with zKillboard and ending with Deep Space Maps. Imagine what you could do with Open API, or will Ashes have Open API and only in-game stuff is not moddable? No, there's no Open API. And let me tell you, we got to take a word out of your statement about EVE Online. EVE Online has so much good community-made sites. Take the word good out. Well done. EVE Online has so much stuff done with API that there are actually in the big alliances, there are counter intel officers in the big alliances. There are people in the big alliances whose sole job it is to constantly monitor this block of people, this corporation, this group, whatever. And then it's fine because that's EVE Online. But when you say starting with zKillboard, the fact that zKillboard exists doesn't mean that Open API is a good thing. zKillboard means that is a feature that EVE Online should have been giving for years. That is the textbook example of what Steven means by, if there is a feature that the community wants, it should be provided for by the company, not by third-party players, not by third-party developers. The fact that zKillboard is amazing and is better than the in-game killboards, that is something CCP should have contacted the zKillboard people for and said, hey, let's talk. Most gamers don't care if they get paid. They care if they get compensated and credited. zKillboard people may have wanted cash, or they may have wanted something else. I will work my ass off for a game company. No shit. I will work my ass off for a game company for two things. Number one, an NPC named after me. And number two, my name, proprietary, on every server. So that there is no, like if a company came to me and they said, hey, we'd like you to write our tutorial for us. How much do you want? I'd be like, you know what? I'm willing to do this for a couple of things. The tutorial NPC is going to be named Jahlon. And the name Jahlon is mine on every server. You don't want cash? No, I don't want cash. I have cash. Ashes is anti-meters. Yes, there are no DPS meters, period. None, zero. No parsers, no hooks. People keep, it's my, my public service announcement about DPS meters is shut the hell up about DPS meters. Treat DPS meters like it's Fight Club. Just shut up about them. Shut up. All the people who keep saying and shaking their wang and saying there's nothing you can do to stop DPS meters, bullshit. There is a fuck ton of stuff that they can do to stop DPS meters. Two things right off the bat that they can do to stop DPS meters. Number one, not send the DPS information to a text file on your computer. That's going to make it infinitely harder. Number two, they can send false positive data to the screen so that even if you try to do it with a pen and a piece of paper or a screen reader, they can make it more difficult. So all that aside, let's be honest. There's going to be DPS meters. There's going to be parsers. Somebody will build them. But stop putting your finger in Steven's face and Jeff's face saying, you can't stop me. Because that's the sort of shit, like a guy like me, I'm going to be like, oh, I can't stop you. Well, let me add all the things that I can add in to fuck with you and your DPS meters. Because you told me I can't stop you, now I rise to the challenge and I try to stop you. Are they going to give you the API include the hooks for a DPS meter? No, they're not. They are against DPS meters. I'm against DPS meters. 97% of you treat DPS meters as a way to kick noobs out of raids. There's a very small percentage of people that use DPS meters for self-improvement or teaching other people. I would love to have a DPS meter. Am I okay with there not being a DPS meter? Sure. Why? I have a pen, I have a pad, I have a calculator. I'm going to be able to figure out my DPS. I'm good to go. I wouldn't mind Ash just having a broadcast telemetry system so we could have external tools. There's no external tools. Zero, zilch, none, nada, nothing. I get that, but agree, but shit gets mucky with that because all it takes is a few people that are willing to make adding features that don't come from the devs. Hell. All it takes is a few people that will make adding features that don't come from the devs. Yeah, well, it works like this. The devs aren't giving you anything you need. The devs aren't giving you anything you need to make third-party programs or DPS meters or any of that, period. What would be coolest to only show your own DPS? Then at least you can work with a number of min-max skills, weapons, enchantments. Here's the problem. You're not going to be able to min-max. You're not going to be able to min-max, period. Period. Oh, the few that ruin it? Yeah. I'm okay with not having DPS healing meters. As someone that uses meters mostly to track my performance than anything else, we should have dummies that tell us how much we do so we can train. So I'm going to do this again for you guys. This is why min-maxing is impossible. Min-maxing is impossible. Okay? Chicken or the egg? What came first, race or class? I'm doing race. Race. Oh, I need to get a tablet. I'm gonna look into buying a tablet. Let me put that over here. I need a good tablet, a good interface tablet so I can draw. And then I need webcams to not be like ridiculously expensive. Okay, so you've got race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Archetype. Lunge. Then you've got archetype, okay? And with archetype, we're gonna do class. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll throw an 8th one in here. So you got my character. I have 9 choices for race, 8 choices for archetype. Well, 8 choices for class. 3 choices for social organization, right? 3 choices for armor, right? 4 choices for node. And then 7 choices for religion. So this is just rolling us out. 7 choices for religion. So let's times this up real fast and see how many versions we have. 9 times 8 times 3 times 3 times 4 times 7. There are 18,144 combinations of characters just with the few stats that I've added. Plus guild skills. I can't jump into that because we don't have those yet. Let me jump up real quick. I'm gonna be gone less than a minute and then we will keep going. Keep going with this. Alrighty, I'm gonna be off camera for a little bit. I'm trying to get back on my eating schedule, but my kids being home, and my kids are gonna be home now for 3 more weeks. That makes life difficult. Does robe count as light armor? Right now, robes count as light armor. I'm hoping they go back to the 4. I'm hoping they go back to the 4 armor thing, but it looks like it's gonna be 3. I didn't know it went that deep. It's like Rift on Uberoids. Yeah. I mean, you have race. A lot of people forget that you have 8 classes. You have 8 classes for your archetype. So a Vec who is a Templar is going to play different. A Vec who is a Templar is going to play different than a Vec who's a High Priest. So people have to realize you can say min-maxed, but min-maxed what? The chicken or the egg? Are you trying to min-max the best cleric? Okay, well, what is best? Maybe you think best is the biggest heals. The biggest heals you can put out is best. And I say that's not what I consider best. I say best is the best survivability. So I'm a Vec Apostle that wears plate, but you're a Vec Apostle you're a Vec High Priest who wears light. Best is subjective. Most efficient tactic available. Meta. What is your situation? There is no such thing as a universal meta. A class that fits multiple instances and is the answer isn't a universal meta. That's just a really badly designed game. Being someone that left Final Fantasy and is waiting for Ashes, what is a good MMO that you think is good to play until Ashes? Well, I'm playing Final Fantasy as my MMO until Ashes. Guild Wars 2, maybe? I might look at Guild Wars 2. Right now I fill my game time all the time. I don't have a hard time filling my game time hours. So, I play WoW, or I don't play WoW anymore. I played WoW. I wanted to see the new player acquisition. It was good, but then they dropped the ball. I played Guild Wars last summer, and then the Ashes hype hit, and I just started streaming Ashes. So, not many people will play Ashes of Creation. It's not mainstream. Bullshit. Horrible assumption. Ashes of Creation hasn't even started its marketing or advertising, and it already has 3 million just under 3 million registered accounts. Ashes of Creation is going to have a fuck ton of players. It is going to have a fuck ton of players. Anybody who thinks Ashes of Creation isn't going to have a fuck ton of players is deluding themselves. Sorry. The only problem with that deep of a class system is that it will overwhelm players and choices and more than likely deter them from the game. Kind of like how Eve was. I love the complexity of Eve, but at the same time, the same thing I loved stopped a lot of players. No, there's a huge difference between Eve and Ashes. Eve is complicated from the word go because of what Eve is. The average MMORPG player does not min-max. The average MMORPG player does not min-max. They play for fun. Holy shit, they play for fun. I was talking to another tank in Final Fantasy 14 yesterday. And I said, I'm not going to be getting my my new cave dive or whatever the fuck the gear is called. And he's like, why not? I said, I don't want to give up I don't want to give up like 600 crit. He's like, so you're going to go off meta? Yeah, I'm going to go off meta. What's this meta shit? I build my own meta. My path goes a different way. I do hope the player graphics have more variety. Someone made a post comparing the look to ESO's slender and bland looks. I'm going to switch to the most up-to-date footage we have because people need to understand that this is the most up-to-date footage. And you can even see that the footage that I was just showing to this footage has changed. Number two, people have to realize there's what's called art passes and animation passes and polishing. They don't even have all of the lighting done because you don't have the lighting done at this stage. Show me another game where you're seeing the game at this level of development. This is normally footage that is reserved for closed party tech testers, in-house people. In-house people usually see this, and a few choice external people that test games professionally. Do you think if I'm a bard rogue, I'll be able to have enough damage to kill a Clothmorning class? Well, the good news is about being a bard is bards can build into a damage class or damage build. Beyond that, I can't tell you anything else. Bard is going to be one of the last archetypes we get information for. Ashes is one of the games I wait at most. I was waiting for such a game for a long time, and the fact that Steven and the others played many MMOs and want to combine the best things, it will be an amazing game. It will be an amazing game. There are just under 3 million people who have registered for Ashes of Creation. And the lazy peon is probably going to be able to colonize Mars with his referral money. I'm just saying. The average player does look for guides of others that did min-max. Good players set the meta. Average players follow it or use it as a reference. No, that's absolutely false. The top 1% build the builds, and then like 20% of people follow the builds. As a guild leader for many years and many games, many guilds, the average player, the average casual player doesn't give a shit about a guide. Keep in mind, anecdotal evidence is never evidence, but if you're saying in all of my guilds, this is how it works, the thing is, you're looking at it as your play style. Shit, man, I know, case in point, just today, helped two players in Final Fantasy. They were level 50 with level 30 gear. They didn't. The only reason why they even asked is because they were hard locked at beating content. They literally, they didn't know anything. They didn't even. And then when I tried to give them help, they said, "Slow up. We don't want the long answer. We just want to be able to clear the next set of content." They weren't even interested in being told that they could have taken their item level from 36 to well over 100. They just wanted to be able to play through the story. And I said, okay, that's cool. If you guys ever need to get content cleared, let me know. The one guy said, but you have endgame gear. And I said, yeah. He's like, I don't want it to be easy mode. I was like, okay, well, you're playing the wrong game then. Do I like Final Fantasy's dungeon and raid system where it puts you in groups? Yes, I do, for Final Fantasy. I don't want that in all my MMOs. I like it for what it is, but I don't want to see it in Ashes. I really want to see more of the utility skills. That's my favorite part of the game. I mean, utility skills are going to come. So, me playing a lot of MMOs, all the casuals that I've played with, and they always gravitate towards my builds or meta builds because they saw how effective my builds were. Not right away, but they did ask about my build because no one likes to suck when they see someone with similar gear leveling up before them. Yes, again, anecdotal evidence. What I'm saying is your groups of people. Did you know there's entire groups of people out there that don't give a shit? I was floored by this. I didn't learn this until I was a streamer and I talked to people. There are entire groups of people out there that don't give a shit. I have been copy and pasted on builds from ArcAge to from ArcAge, Revelation Online. Trying to think what else I played. There's people who send me their builds and I'm like, this needs to change, and they're like, I'm not changing it. One person in Revelation Online said, I'm spec'd into the Dolphin because I really like the Dolphin. Yeah, but I'm not changing my build. Okay, no problem. And there are actually people who don't care that they suck. Again, I can't get down with that mentality, but there are actually people who don't care that they suck. Ashes will have some sort of looking for group. No, it won't. It will have bulletin boards where you have to actually, oh my God, talk to people. But no, there is no party matchmaker. There's no looking for group. There's none of that crap. Are those the same people that play the game for a month and then not play the game again and just follow the forums? And how much of those players that are the meme builds that represent the general player base? Casuals make up the majority of the player base. The top people, right? The top people, the people who care about content, they are a minority. Casuals make the world go round. If you ever wonder why, if you're ever looking at a decision that a game developer makes, and you're like, why are they making this decision? Don't ever use the official forums for a litmus test of the community. Because the average person who is happy doesn't go to the forums to make a post that says, I'm really happy and content with what you're doing with the game. That's why RuneScape has captured the most important essence. Hey, stop it. RuneScape has captured the most important essence of how to get feedback from your community. Make it as simple as possible to provide that feedback. Make it so when they log in, they get presented with a poll that they can answer in game. And then there is a science behind writing good polls. A good poll is something that will poll the most amount of people in the least amount of time and get you the most accurate results. So, if you can poll people, ask them 3 questions that they can answer in 10 seconds, they are willing to do that. They are going to be willing to do that. People don't want to answer more questions and they don't want to take more time. And the 3 questions in 10 seconds, if you want to know where that comes from, that you can actually find that. That's where they try to get you to answer questions very quickly when you're at malls or at theme parks when you're leaving. Because who the fuck like I do at Universal, because I like to make sure the stay at Universal is nice. Universal gets a little crazy. Their polls take like 20 minutes. But oh, here we go. I have a good example of this. When I went to the first Final Fantasy Fan Fest in Vegas, they asked everyone there that had defeated Van Darnus Extreme. Out of the thousands of nerds there, only me and one other guy raised their hand. This is why decisions are made the way they are. Yeah, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Somebody asked me, I'm a bit confused about the videos released about Mage and Cleric. Are they just the beginning abilities up to level 10, or is that what they've created for those classes? That is what they're showcasing level 1 through level 10. So, Yeah, Emberzo asked me the question about MMOs. I got there. I'm playing Final Fantasy. If you left Final Fantasy to go, well, to wait for Ashes, I don't have anywhere else to send you. Final Fantasy is one of the best RPGs playable right now. And the sad part is nothing's coming this year. Elyon is coming this year, and that just about is it. So that is just about what we have to look forward to this year. I'm just playing chess until it comes out. I'm going to be playing Jurassic World Evolution until it comes out and killing all of my playtime. Just play 7 Days to Die. Yeah. 7 Days to Die is another good one. I am going to go back to being disciplined, and I'm not going to game until all of my videos are done for the week. I actually have I'm going to put the video out tomorrow. It's done. New World is coming, but I don't know if it's good. True. I imagine New World's going to get delayed again and again. I don't think New World is ready to go. Oops. Also, guys, I want to munch on fries, and I want to say this. The company that's making the new Lord of the Rings game is not Amazon. Amazon has the full rights to the new Lord of the Rings TV show. Amazon is the Western company working on the new Lord of the Rings MMO. The new Lord of the Rings MMO is actually being made by Leio Technologies, which was just recently bought by Tencent. So, if they still intend to release the new Lord of the Rings MMO as a free-to-play game with Tencent involved, that game is going to be pay to win as fuck. Sorry. I know it crushes your hopes and your dreams, but that's just the way it is. That is just the way it's going to be. I don't think Tencent knows how to do anything that's not pay to win. I think if Tencent could make Fortnite pay to win, they'd make, well, Fortnite is pay to win. At least the Save the World campaign. Path of Exile? Yeah, Path of Exile was already monetized by the time Tencent got a hold of it. And so Path of Exile was already built to be pay to convenience. So once a game's monetization is already scheduled, it's kind of hard to come in after the fact. Also, I would argue that storage space is pay to win. Storage space is pay to win. Some people say it's pay to convenience, but storage space becomes, if I don't have enough storage space to reasonably play the game, if it's impeding my ability to progress, then it's pay to win because I must buy it. Like cosmetics. I acknowledge there is a portion of the community that endgame fashion is a big deal. I'm not excluding you, okay? I'm not excluding you. I just don't follow your mindset. I don't discount your mindset that it is unfair that people can buy cosmetics and Ashes of Creation and they can look badass on day one and you can't. Okay, this is me. This is me acknowledging your position, right? This is me acknowledging your position that there are cosmetics as a completionist you will never be able to obtain. At the same time, Steven and company need to eat too, okay? Steven needs to make an economically viable company. So Ashes of Creation needs to be able to make its money and pay peeps and pay bills and do whatever else it needs to do. So the fact that they have cosmetics that you won't be able to ever get because they were limited. So I acknowledge you. I acknowledge you exist. However, I can't support your agreement that it would be better to not have a cash shop. Of course, I would say my favorite model is the box price plus monthly subscription, and everything is obtainable in game. I would say that that is the best model. However, when you have a box price, you raise your barrier of entry. So the fact that there are numerous people who have spent thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, right? Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on cosmetics. They're helping support the game being built. Let whales whale. The thing about the MMORPG genre is that you got whales and you got Moby fucking dicks, and you got to find a way to capitalize on them. I'm gonna grab both of those comments because this is where I'm probably not gonna be your favorite person. It makes me sad that this unavailable cosmetics were introduced before the game's launch. My biggest issue with these early access packs is that you are forced into investing a large amount of money into cosmetics and you are paying to test the game. Okay, you're not forced to do that. This is where I hold the line on words matter. You are not forced to do shit. You want to. You want to test the game. You want those cosmetics. Those cosmetics do not give you any tactical advantage. So you want them. You want them, but you don't need them. You need oxygen. You need clean water. I want to test the game but not get the cosmetics. Yeah, and Intrepid wants to make the income column and the expense column line up. That's the way that works. Intrepid needs to have the black column bigger than the red column. Because at the end of the day, if the black column continues to go not above 0 and the red column continues to rapidly exceed 0, then you have a situation where Steven says, I am no longer able to financially support the company. And that's why 50% of businesses fail before their 5th year. They hired so many people, which needs to get paid out, so they must get their money in some way. Subscription is a good thing, but every package pre-ordered will help. Like if you subscribe to a Twitch channel. Kind of, sort of, not exactly, but yes, I like where your head is with that. I want them, but I don't know how successful the game will be, so I don't want to burn my money, but also I miss out if I don't gamble for success of the game. That is the fear of missing out psychological marketing scheme. There is a ton of research about the fear of missing out. So, and they do, if they can't survive with just subscription and a bit of cosmetics, then they will be on a loss all the time. Yeah, that's the thing though. They don't have any subscription money coming in yet. Also, guys, keep in mind, I've done this tax drill once before. Keep in mind that since Intrepid is a North American company, and I know every so often I get like a fucking tax person in here that's like, you're taking it off of the top and not off. I get it. The quick and dirty of it is this. Their monthly subscription is $15, but the truth of the matter is they're only going to clear $10.50 of that subscription. The other 30% goes to taxes. And then on top of that, your $15 subscription, they only get to keep 95% of that because they owe the other 5% to Epic. And then they only keep 70% of the $14.25. So $9.98 per subscription is what they have after taxes. And then there's a whole lot of other things that start to chop away at that dollar amount. So when I get some people are like, $15 is too much for a monthly subscription. And I'll say, no, it's really not. It's really not. You say convenience is pay to win, which depending on how they are done, I agree. But in my opinion, paying to get access to the game sooner and thus already gaining knowledge, just watching videos will not get you enough knowledge than playing yourself is kind of pay to win itself. I say that, but I don't have an issue with being able to pay for alpha and beta, just stating the pay to win argument. The problem is there's no way around that. You cannot in-house test a game. The only difference between games now and games 10 to 15 years ago is that instead of me paying to get access to alpha, I get paid to have access to alpha. So guys, keep in mind, I get paid to alpha test games under NDA. That's why sometimes you see I don't produce anything. Sometimes I get really caught up in a game that's in testing. I have a whole stack of NDAs that I've signed. The games that are never going to come to market, games that have come to market, games that are coming to market. The only difference is I think it's even more offensive than if I know everything about a game that's coming out and they paid me to test it. That's like beyond the pay to win argument. That's like I got paid to win. Alpha and beta testing is a lot of work. Opting in is a choice. The cosmetics and play experience are your payment. Yeah, I agree with that statement. Speaking from a South American country, I really hope they converge the subscription value to other regions' currencies. So the way they're doing that is they're going to do regional servers. So South America may, when the time comes, get a regional server. You will pay a regionalized normal price, but you will play on the South American server. So if you want to play in North America, you pay $15 a month. If you want to play on the server that's dedicated to South America, if it's $5 a month, if you pay $5 a month, you play on the dedicated South American server. If you want to play anywhere else, you pay the full price. That just has to be how it is. That has to be how it is. There's no way around that. Because number one, if there's ways around that, then people start VPNing in to pay the cheaper price. Number two, no offense, if I'm paying $15 a month and you're paying $5 a month, I don't want you on my server. Makes me sound like a dick, but that's how it is. We're not talking about healthcare. We're not talking about food. We're not talking about clean water, accessibility to medicine. We're talking about fucking entertainment. If you have disposable income, you should be paying the same disposable income price that I'm paying. Just how it is. Just how it is. It's like that marketing shit where that marketing shit where kids pay a lower price to see a movie. As a father, I like that policy. As a harsh, stoic business person, I say that has nothing to do with doing nice things for families. That has to do with knowing the psychology of giving somebody a deal. And you tell parents that your ticket is $13, but your kid's ticket is $9. And the way people see $9 is you don't see $9.99 as 10. You see $9.99 as not 10. But that's just too much money here. $15 is like 10% of a minimum wage in Argentina, but I agree with your point. Yeah, but here's the opposite to that. It doesn't cost them any less to make the game for you than it does for everybody else. But everybody knows, if you've followed my show for any length of time, I find problems with the entire fucking world. I find problems with the entire world. I don't understand why I can't understand why after 2,000 years of civilized society, we don't have minimum standard. Why we're not a global society. Why we're still a state, local, country, separatist, you know. I used to say the same thing about married pay rates, BAS, BAQ. I mean, I agree. I mean, people get pissed at me for that, but I don't think there should be there should be BAH, basic allowance for housing. If I wanted you to have a family, I would have issued you one. And I had a family the whole time I was active duty. except for like my entry to service. I had a family. In fact, I always had a family. I always had dependents. So I shouldn't be making more because I have kids versus you. I've always disagreed with that. The same parents that would need to get a sitter to go out to the movies versus giving the parents a discount on the kid and they still pay the price. And for the most part, how often are movies sold out? If they're losing an additional revenue, they are losing out on additional revenue from a discounted kid. Yeah, that's the thing. They're not doing anything for you. That you culminated the exact argument. I can't get the parents in here. I can't sell. In fact, let me tell you the secret behind movie theaters as well. Movie theaters don't give a shit about how many seats they sell. The movie theater does not care if they sell a seat to the movie. The movie theater cares if you buy popcorn and a drink. The movie theater does not care if you have a ticket for the show. I guarantee you, nobody is going to fuck with you at a movie theater. No employee is going to fuck with you at the movie theater if you're walking into a show and you have a big popcorn and a large drink. No one's going to, they don't give a fuck if you have a ticket or not at that point because they don't make any money on the tickets. They make all of their money on the concessions. You want to know why? Because they owe so much of the ticket cut. In fact, without going all the way down the rabbit hole, they pay X number of dollars for the right to show the movie, right? They pay X number of dollars just for the right to show the movie, to have the reels. And then after that, they still owe a percentage of the ticket sales back to the distribution company, not the maker of the movie. They owe it to the distribution company. It's another way Warner Brothers is fucking the scummiest company on the planet. But so the movie theater often, the chain, the franchise, has often lost money on the ticket sales in the movie, but they charge you $15 for 25 cents worth of popcorn. So yeah, pretty much any ticket event is that way. Yeah, pretty much. Well, I don't want to say any ticketed event, because sports don't apply there, and that's a ticketed event. Concerts don't apply there because of how concerts make their money. But yeah, movie theaters, yeah. Concerts make their money on a different structured program, and sports events, obviously, the owner of the team. I used to work at a movie theater. There's a reason why it's almost impossible to not have to walk past the concession stand before getting to your theater. Yeah, and here's the thing. You can sneak into the movie, walk right up to the concession stand, buy a fucking large popcorn, buy a large Coke, and not have a ticket to the movie. You walk in. As long as the movie you're going to see isn't 100% sold out, they're hey, can I see your ticket? I'm holding a large popcorn and a large drink. I don't know. I fucking lost my ticket stub. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I'm going to have to ask to see the manager. Manager walks up. Man, can I get a refund on my popcorn and my drink? If you're kicking me out, I don't know where the fuck I lost my ticket stub. Manager's going to be like, you're good. Just sit down. Going to look at their employee and be like, what's your problem? The employee knows you jumped the line. The manager's going to be like, that motherfucker just spent $22.50 at the concession stand, of which we just profited $22. Shut the fuck up. Let him see his movie. Any of you as a kid fucking buy one ticket early in the day to a big theater and then like theater hop? All my friends were always worried about getting caught. I wasn't. Fucking walk back to the concession stand before free refills and shit. Walk up, yeah. Can I get a Coke? You've been here all day. Yep. And I keep buying large Cokes, don't I? Are movie theaters gonna last? No, probably not. Movie companies have found out. That they can do equally well going direct to streaming. Because they don't even have to incur the physical printing price. They are finding out very, very quickly. Yeah, The Mandalorian proves this point. Several movies that have gone direct have proved this point. Also, I want to say I want to say this. Shout out to the Walt Disney Corporation. I know a lot of you don't like Disney. I know a lot of you think that Disney is a profit, greedy, hungry company. My response to you is, if you want to have that position, please do the research first. You know, do the research before you start saying, oh my God, they're so greedy. I sent them the message. I said, hey, I bought my daughter Mulan for her Christmas Eve box. Opened it up. There's no digital code voucher. Disney was cool. They're like, here you go. I know a lot of people open up the DVDs. They slightly open up the DVD in the store and they pull out the digital code. Those people are scumbags and they should burn in hell. So we used to check the tickets after the concession stand, so there was a line by waiting for the food, and we always started fresh popcorn 10 to 15 minutes before the movie started. Yeah. I've seen that a lot. I've seen that a lot in the new modern theaters. You actually buy your concessions before you go past the ticket checker because they want that bottleneck, because they're like, oh, if we got to wait to show our tickets because fucking Blade 4 is showing at 3 and our movie shows at 3:20, we have to wait in the line anyway. We might as well wait in the concession line. I've also seen it where there's 2 ticket lines. There's 2 ticket lines. There's the ticket line for the people that are just coming in and going around the corner, and then there's that zipper in line that when you like, I need a Bob Ross. I got a Bob Ross because I got to do it. So I've seen this, and I thought this was actually a really, really slick way to do it, to kind of what you're talking about. So here's your movie theater, right? And this is down the hall where the movies are, right? And there's this, here's your concessions line, right? This is your line for the concession stand. And obviously you've got like your popcorn machine and your soda machine and all this shit here. And then you've got the front door and you've got the ticket sales right here, right? So these people come in, get their ticket, and get into this line to get checked to go down to the theaters. But these people come in, get their tickets, come to the concession stand, and they come through this line and they zipper in. So it's like, come here. Oh, 1 second. Go ahead. So it's like if you go to the concession stand, you get through the ticket check line faster. So I've seen that too. That's one thing. You know, another thing that always gets me is Halloween Horror Nights down at Universal Studios. If you've never done Halloween Horror Nights and you like haunted houses, definitely do Halloween Horror Nights. It is an amazing fucking time. It is expensive. It is expensive. I don't get a single kickback, but it is expensive. My fast passes for Halloween Horror Nights are like $500, and my tickets are like $200 a piece. So I spend about $900 for one night. I hate lines. I fucking hate lines. Okay. But you're in line and the lines are so fucking long without the express pass. In the non-express pass lines, you go past vendors for like drinks and shit because there's 10 haunted houses. And if you don't have an express pass and you don't start right away, you may not get through all 10 haunted houses that night because you might be in line for 2 hours for the like the top 4 houses. You might spend fucking 8 hours in line to see these houses. That's why I pay $250 a pop express pass. It's worth it to me. That's quality time with my daughter. My daughter is such a fucking chicken shit though with the haunted houses. But if you like haunted houses, Universal Studios, Halloween Horror Nights, especially if you go like a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you probably can get away without the express passes. Especially if you go in like September. If you go in like September, you probably be okay. Pay to win quality time with the family. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I wish Disneyland was opening because my family and I haven't been to Disneyland. And we were going to go to Disneyland, but fucking California doesn't even know when Disneyland is going to be able to reopen. California is like about to be fucking bankrupt. If you live in Cali, you may want to consider not being in Cali. The theater I go to isn't at all like that because they have waiters that come to your recliner seats to take the order for food and drinks and personally deliver everything you want. They have all sorts of alcohol and actual meals. I love that place. The Movie Tavern is the absolute best. Yeah, we have a couple of those places around here. We have a couple of those all-inclusive adult movie theaters. I'm going to be honest, though. I am not big on the ASMR experience, so I don't want to be in the movie theater hearing the guy behind me slurping on pizza. You know. Why is Cali so fucked? I always thought Cali was supposed to be the more sensible part of America. Thought they'd be the ones dealing with the Rona the best. Do you know who's dealing with the Rona the best? Is the state of Illinois, because we got a new governor. And in all honesty, the new governor is a fucking honey badger. He doesn't give a shit. This is our new governor. This is JB Pritzker. I legalized weed. Now go to your fucking houses and get high. Yes, sir. On my way, sir. Like JB Pritzker is like, why is everybody so upset? If you get angry, just stop by your local weed dispository, buy some weed, and fucking chill out. You know who's making a fucking killing? I'm gonna tell you who's making a fucking killing in Illinois. All the fucking convenience stores that are in the same strip mall as the weed places. Man, it is like 23 degrees outside and we still have people in line around the building buying marijuana. Now, if it's legal in your state, it's legal in your state. If it's not legal in your state, you don't get to partake. I am not condoning the use of illegal narcotics. I am only condoning the use of legal narcotics. Because they're, you know, it's not a narcotic, it's a plant. It's a plant. It's tobacco's cousin that makes cheap clothes in cheap sacks. And our country did not make marijuana illegal. For those of you that don't know the history of this country, we did not make marijuana illegal because of the drug-inducing properties. We made it illegal because hemp for sacks in clothes is cheaper than cotton. Wasn't it for blacks? No. It was because the hemp from the marijuana plant is used to make clothes and sacks, burlap sacks and shit like that. And it was fucking with cotton. So yeah, they didn't care. They didn't care. You know what I think our planet, yeah, rope. Thank you. I was like, my brain was like, and rope. Rope was the other one. You know where our country went sideways? Our country went sideways because there were Native Americans living here, right? And they weren't Native Americans. They weren't Native Americans. They were just fucking indigenous people. I hate when people call them Native Americans because they didn't refer to themselves as Americans because there was no fucking Amerigo Vespucci who drew his name on the map that Columbus fucking spilt his drink on. Anyway, you got here. What does the chief say? When the Europeans arrived in America, they found the Native Americans. The Native American man fished and hunted all day, made love all night, medicine man was free, smoked a lot of peace pipe, made love to beautiful woman. Everything was free. Only the dumbass Europeans think that they can improve on that system. I mean, smoke the peace pipe, man. Get high, have a good time. I don't know why. I don't know why our country. I don't know why we felt. Yeah, simpler times. Simpler times. Just so you guys know and never get lied to, you could live your entire life without having to go through the rat race. The rat race only exists because we allow it to. We allow it to. Utopia could exist, but you would need a leader to lead us there. And it's going to have to be somebody other than me because I'm busy with my cult and my dinosaurs. My cult and my dinosaurs. Jay for president, just saying. That's what I'm saying, man. It's like this. Imagine, yeah, my dinosaur cult. Jurassic World, man. Jurassic World. Imagine this. Imagine you being 5 years old. Starting school. And they give you a test. an aptitude test, and they discover what you're good at and they discover what you're bad at. And they write it down, and then they just educate you for 5 years. And then at age 10, they give you the test again and they see, have you changed? Have you gotten better? Have you gotten worse? And then, at age 15, they do it again and they give you the test. And, for example, they say that kids should do art. No, I don't need art. I don't need art. Why? Because I suck at it. Okay. In all sincerity, this is not art. Making this t-shirt design, this is not art. This is me taking words, one icon and another icon and throwing it together. And then I'm going to have to give this to a graphic artist to make a t-shirt out of. That's not art. Okay. That's desktop publishing, but it's not art. I didn't draw the icon. I didn't draw the cog. I didn't make the font. That's not art. My entire fucking life. Okay. My entire life. Grade school had art. High school, forced to take art. College, forced to take art. I hate art. Do you guys realize that if I didn't have children that I have to sit there and color with, because that's good parenting, I would never fucking, maybe every once in a blue moon, I'd sit there with a coloring book, and because they say it's good for anxiety. But I don't find coloring good for anxiety. I find coloring makes me more anxious because I'm not good at it. Okay. Now, art is good. It shows that it stimulates and helps exercise the brain and its development. No, bullshit. It helps some people in their brain for some people's development. You know what art helped develop for me? An insipid fucking hatred for my time being wasted. I hated art class. I motherfucking hated art class. I would rather have chewed the fucking paint than sit in that art class. But design, I love. Architectural design, engineering, I love. Don't tell me architectural engineering and graphic design, like CAD design, is art. Maybe if you did more art, you wouldn't feel so much art anxiety. Maybe I wouldn't have had art anxiety if people didn't make me fucking do art when I didn't want to. I wanted to learn to read, learn to write, do math, do science. That's what I was in school to do. Half of my fucking school day was wasted. Like, I was a go-see-do. If you guys have never heard the phrase go-see-do, it's a teaching thing. I was a go-see-do. I want to see something and I want to do it. Gym, I 100% agree with Howard Gardner and the multiple modes of intelligence. Bodily kinesthetic, all of my coaches used to laugh. My coaches used to laugh. Because before there was like books on tape, if you wanted to listen to a book on tape, you either paid a shit ton of money because they were expensive, or you know how you did your books on tape while you were running? You read the fucking book while you were running. My coaches used to laugh because we would go for these like 7-mile runs around the school, and they'd be like, you carry a book with you when you run. And I'm like, I do. And they're like, how can you read and run at the same time? I was like, there's nothing in my way. I can read and look up and read and look up. Not everybody can. I can. I loved when it was like, what do you want to do today? I want to go outside and play kickball. I want to go outside and play football. I want to go outside and play basketball. And then they were like, well, it's art day. Fuck. It's Spanish day. Okay. It's music day. Fuck this. One of my days in grade school was literally four academic classes, Spanish, lunch, art, music, gym, end of the day. I was like, I hate this day. Now, am I saying that every kid is like me? No, very few kids are like me. Some kids like the band, they like the art, they like the Spanish, they like the whatever, the culinary. I didn't have the option to take cooking. I probably would have taken cooking if it had been an option for me. Why? Because I like to cook. I would have loved to have taken a cooking class. I think Yeah, public school is meant to indoctrinate children to sit still and repeat menial tasks to be good workers in the industrial nation. This is what fucking kills me, ladies and gentlemen, and why I need to be president, just so I can shatter some fucking mindsets. 30 years ago, we transitioned from a manufacturing industrial nation to a service-based industry, but we never changed the goddamn schooling to teach kids how to do what they need to do. If schools had adapted, that's right. If schools had adapted to what we have done to our country, every single kid coming out of school would know how to be a telephone operator, a customer service specialist, you know, like kind of like we still have summer break for harvesting the crops. Yes. Summer break, ladies and gentlemen, summer break only exists in this country because kids had to leave school during certain times of year for planting season, farm maintenance season, farm work season, harvest season. That is how and why the school system in this country works the way it does. In the town I am from right now, not the town I'm from Chicago. There's no fucking crop. I don't understand why I have a summer break in Chicago. There's no fucking crops. There's no fucking plants. Okay. Fucking volumes and volumes and volumes of research. Summer break was more so affluent families could leave the heat of the city. No, actually not, because affluent families schooled at their summer home. And cities, there weren't cities. There weren't cities when we started. When we started the education system, there weren't cities. We didn't have cities yet. We hadn't fucking invented cities. The rich people, when they would go, rich people didn't go to public school. Okay, the rich people had the teacher, Mrs. Jane, planting season, farm maintenance season, harvest season. That they left when the weather got good. They started planting season. They chopped wood, split fences, did their shit. The kids weren't gone all summer. The kids still engaged with their teacher even during those seasons. But remember, a lot of times those towns that brought in a teacher, there wasn't like a fucking national education system. That town had to pay the teacher. Who normally paid the teacher? The teacher normally got paid by the rich families, and those families got got that teacher's time one-on-one. Sometimes, and we're going to go like deep into education here for a second. Sometimes the teacher for the town was the church, because the church was strong, and you had the traveling bishops, the traveling bishops, the traveling monks, the traveling priests, the seminary students who were thinking, and that's what they did. They kind of did the same thing as the tradesmith apprentices, where they moved around and they learned different things. They taught different things. Teachers, professional teachers, were usually brought in by the rich one or two families. It would be like, my family's paying for the teacher. My kid gets lessons every day from 7 in the morning until 9. And then my kid then comes to me to learn the family trade, the family business, whatever made us rich. And then the teacher goes and teaches all the kids. And then, yes, some of those rich families, when we move forward, we fast forward to the city life, and then they wintered in the Riviera, they summered in wherever. Then yes, some of that is, but they didn't use public school. They used private school. The reason why the farm kids went mainly after the fall harvest through the spring is because dad didn't need them. There was so little work. There was such little work to do on the farm. Dad didn't need the kids back until planting season. I went to a year-round school. We had a few weeks for spring planting, summer harvesting, planting, and fall harvest planting. Yeah. One school one way, one school another way. I've seen hundreds of references to summer break. Chicago is a classic example of it. Chicago, inside the confines of the city of Chicago, there hasn't been farming 100 years, except at the ag school, 100 years. Maybe at some of the park districts that do some very specific, like this is land set aside for this event, like the Little Red School. The Little Red Schoolhouse isn't inside Chicago; it's in Cook County. They have Little Red Schoolhouse, shows you what schooling was like. Why do kids have to be off school from? Why do kids need to be off school from the end of May until the end of August or September? They don't. Why do kids go to school from 8:20 in the morning until 3 o'clock? Just people say, well, it's the teacher's salary. I agree. Teachers, I'm not saying teachers should have to work more than 40 hours a week because nobody else has to work more than 40 hours a week. But I'm saying maybe instead of having administrators making $225,000 a year and teachers making 58, maybe we should get rid of some administrators, get 4 more teachers, and maybe those kids should be in school from, I don't know, 7 in the morning till 5 at night. Maybe we recognize as the most advanced country on the fucking planet, we lead the world in nothing academically. We lead the world in nothing academically until colleges. Nothing. Remember, when a kid comes out of 12th grade, the kid gets out of 12th grade after 12 years and 9 months of education. They should be able to read at the 12th grade 9-month level. They should be able to write at the 12th grade 9th month level. They should be able to do math at the 12th grade 9th month level. Anybody who's in the military will tell you that the fucking technical training guides for the military, if they're written at the 9th grade level, they're the advanced ones. You need a high school diploma or a GED to join the military, but we write the shit to teach you at the 9th grade level. Is there any reason why we're lowering the level a bit? We're lowering the level a bit. We're lowering the expectations a bit. We're lowering the expectations a bit. Even the fucking military only requires you to be able to read at the 9th grade level. Shit, I had a kid show up in the military who took his reading test. Who took his reading test. I don't know how he passed the ASVAB, but the dude tested at the 5th grade reading level because he had failed his CDCs and he had to go to ancillary training. And they said, well, you're going to have to work with him because he can't read. I said, bullshit, not my job. Not to be a prick, but it's not my job. He somehow made it through the system. You're the education office. You teach him to read. I got a job of organize, training, and equip. That's what's on my fucking job description. Organize, train, and equip. Nowhere in that does, let's say, teach the kid to read at the 9th grade level. I happen to feel sorry for the kid. I took him under my wing, and he got mad when I gave him Hooked on Phonics. Gave him my kid's Hooked on Phonics book. He got all mad and fucking pissed off at me. You're trying to say I'm stupid? No, I'm not trying to say you're stupid. Your fucking test score says you're stupid. I'm going to call you stupid based on the fact that you're being offered a lifeline and you don't want to take it. It's not really how and when they teach. It's what they teach that should be reviewed. No, it's how. I agree that it's what they teach, but there is tons and tons of research that we ignore that says taking a kid out of year-round schooling or taking a kid out of school for 3 months at a time demonstratively sets them back. I have no problem if we give the kids a 3-week break. We send them back to school for 3 weeks for enrichment. We give them another 3-week break. We do another 3 weeks worth of enrichment. And that way we can have the number of teachers working, right? Because we only have the kids for half the summer. But the fact that these kids leave school in May, come back in August, and we can't figure out why. We rub 2 brain cells together and we can't figure out why these kids get dumb over the summer. And what do we teach in the first quarter of every school year? What they were learning in the 4th quarter of the year before. We're robbing our children of a quarter of their school year by doing makeup. This is a pet peeve of mine. I'm applying for schools in Germany, and I've only now realized how little a school diploma is worth compared to what many European countries get. Yup. I had to stay home throughout the year to help farm because there's always something that needs done when the weather is right for it, and you have that small window to get it done. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, but at the same time, you're talking about a modern farm. You're talking about a modern A modern farm. I highly doubt you're doing all your planting by hand. I highly doubt you're doing all your harvesting by hand. Maybe you are, maybe you're not, but I highly doubt you are. You're probably using machines for some of it. So keep in mind, if we go back 1600s, 1700s, you got to a point where dad was pretty much done. We farm more because of the equipment. Yeah, exactly. Dad didn't need his sons at home after the last crop was brought, unless they did winter wheat. And of course, in towns that did winter wheat, what would happen? Why did you have the winter break? Do you think that schools and everything in towns shut down for Christmas? No, they shut down because winter planting, winter harvest, winter whatever. But when dad didn't need the kids, dad was like, number one, get these fucking kids away from me, right? Get these fucking kids, go educate these kids a little bit, because one of these kids has to be smart enough to run this farm. Now, universally, yeah, sure, there's probably places that it didn't work that way. When will the game go live? We have no idea. The only release schedule we have takes us through May 6th of next year. We have a list that takes us through May 6th, and that will be the end of the first Alpha 1 testing. I want to remind people, some people got it in their head that Alpha 1 ends on May 6th, and then Alpha 2 is right around the corner. That is not the case. Oh yeah, it's this year now. It's this year, holy shit. The future is now, old man. So, you think that we should go with specialized training according to our natural talents? Well, yeah, because you give kids an aptitude test at age 5, age 10, and age 15, and you should be gauging kids too. You should be gauging that. Like I said, I'm not an artist. Every minute of every day that I was in an art class was a wasted fucking minute of a wasted fucking day, making me do something I did not want to do. Yeah, my daughter should be in art classes. Half of my daughter's day should be spent in art class. The teenager, half of her day should be spent in art classes. Okay, half of her day should be spent in art classes because she's good at it and she likes it. There are kids, the child, the parent, or an expert. Well, you don't have to ask the parent because every parent is biased. Every parent is biased. You don't ask the parents shit about their kids. Parents are biased and parents lie. Every parent lies about their kids. You all do it. I do it. We all fucking do it. We all fucking do it. We all lie about our kids. We all think our kids are better than they are. We all do it. Long gone are the days where the school calls home, it tells you about your kid. Like in my household, if the school calls home about you and you didn't already tell me, if you're home and I get a phone call about you from the school, you're fucking dead. Like that's just, you're fucking dead. But it doesn't matter what the issue is. Yeah, my social studies teacher had to talk to me because I forgot to turn in a paper. All right, well, can you turn it in? No. It's an F? Yeah. All right, well, better go get crack-a-lackin' on getting your grade up. I got in a fight. Okay, who started it? Not me. Are you sure? Yep. You know they got cameras. I didn't start it. Okay. When the school calls me, did you know your kid got in a fight? I'll respond with, did you know my kid didn't start it? Oh, job. Yeah, that fucking bullshit where both kids in a fight get suspended. Kiss my ass. You have cameras. Let me see you do the first punch. Let me see you do the first punch. Because my kid has been taught you'll never throw the first punch, but you always throw the last. So. My child is the best at everything. No, my child is not the best at math. Not at all. Now, are there some kids that need just a well-rounded education and get a little bit of everything? Sure, absolutely. But are you telling me that it's the year 2021 now and we can't do better with educating our kids? Come on. Somebody defend the antiquated, broken North American, United States of American school system to me. None of you will do it. Not even teachers working in that fucked up system. And you're my brethren. I was a teacher before I joined the military. Nobody's going to defend the fucked up system that is the North American education system. Nobody. Because nobody thinks it works. We're a fucking society that knows it's broken, but passive-aggressive people. Nobody wants to get out in front of it and say, this is broken. Because then inevitably you get the teachers that say, well, I'm doing the best with what I can. And I've said, you are doing the best with what you can. Why the fuck don't you have more? Do I have an AOC wish list for this year, like them updating their website or showing the Talnar? Fuck the Talnar. I don't want to see the Talnar. Fuck, see the Talnar. That's like saying that you want to see like hairy, sweaty man ass. Like, who the fuck wants to see Talnar? Fuck that. I want to see the VEC. I want to see the VEC, and I want them to update their website. Let me jump up real quick. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Do I have a AOC wish list for the year? Number one, I want the NDA to drop. That's a big one. I want to be able to spend the week of March 19th not sleeping and eat, sleep, game, repeat. That's all I want to do that week. I do want them to show the rest of the concept art. I want them to release the other 6 archetype blogs. I want them to fix the website. I want them to get back in the studio. Them not being able to work in the studio is a big, did I say big? Because a really big piece about why they've got some problems. We need those. I want them to resolve the Alpha 1 thing, the Alpha 1 sales. Man, Steven said he's gonna reopen Alpha 1 sales or think about reopening Alpha 1 sales, and then like right afterwards, it got posted on Mmorpg.com. So that's just rough. In California, maybe next year. Yeah, California is in such a state. Can we just say that the state of California is fucked and just move on? So they're going to have a hard time getting back in the office. I don't even think that they're projected to release the lockdown. If all of them are able to get the vaccine, are they able to get back in the studio? No. Has Steven considered moving the company out of Cali, or is that not an option for them? That's not an option for them. I mean, you're talking 87 families. You can't just move 87 families. Oh yeah, guys, your job is moving. Yeah. Steven lives in Cali. His house is in Cali. You're not going to have you're not going to have access to as much talent if you're not in Cali. Like, I'm going to be honest. If I won like $800 million in the Powerball and I started my own game company, which I would, by the way, if I ever win the big money lotto, I'm starting a game company. I would base it out of Southern Illinois by Lambert Airport. And the reason why is if I pay you $125,000 in your first year, that's not a lot of money in San Diego. That's a shit ton of money in Southern Illinois. If I pay you $125,000, then that means the value of the house, because you guys know that you should never spend more than 3 years of your combined salary. If you ever want to know how much house you should be buying, and I'm not saying the house you're buying is worth this, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're making $125,000, then you can buy a $375,000 house. Around here, you don't need a $375,000 house. Around here, you get a very nice house for mid 250, like right around 250, 260. Unfortunately, I didn't have the financing I needed because my money was tied up in a house back in Ohio. This house cost me $175. It's a 4-bedroom. It's like 2,800 square feet. 4-bedroom, 3 baths. Well, 2.5 baths. I love this. I love this house for its design. I hate this house as a streamer. I don't want to move. So I only want to move one more time. So when I move to the next house, I'm still going to be young enough. It's going to have a streaming room in it. But if I opened up a gaming company in Southern Illinois, I could pay people 125 to 175, give them a really good life, right? Give them a really good life. But the problem is getting people to come to Southern Illinois. Because what do we have in Southern Illinois? Snow, rain, sleet, cold, the occasional violence. I'm 20 minutes from the border of Southern Illinois, and even $60K a year is a lot. A job for 125 would be insane. Yeah, right there. Right there. Georgia gives really good tax breaks to Republicans or Democrats. Corn. Oh, man, the heat shield. If you guys don't know what the corn heat shield is, it's when you have corn. The years that they grow corn, the vapor trapping of all the corn makes everything so much hotter. A couple of years ago, we had corn heat shield down here. Everybody was on their corn year. And they do feeder corn here, and they do ethanol corn here. And the one guy who has like 800 acres, they didn't get a federal rebate not to grow corn. So we had like thousands of acres with his 800 on the one side of town. Man, you couldn't walk out the house and not just see all the vapor. You were like, fuck this. You're a game developer, and in Southern Paducah, Kentucky, there aren't even any development jobs here. Yeah, because no game developers for a long time, Paducah, game developers for a long time, they only wanted to live in Cali. I'm gonna live in Silicon Valley. Well, holy shit, man. So this guy's a game developer for 60,000. If I win 800 million, I start a game company, I can call him up and be like, hey, I'll give you 125. Guarantee you I'll poach his ass right now. I'll give you 125. Shit, you're gonna double my salary? It's gonna be the same quality of life cost of living. But 125 in San Diego County, 125 in San Diego County doesn't buy you shit. All right, 125 in San Diego County is like pennies. That's the problem. Let's take a real quick look. Let's look in San Diego, California. We're going to look for a house in San Diego, California. And we are going to sort by lowest price. There is a mobile home for sale in San Diego for $55,000. There's a lot of mobile homes for... I'm on the first page and we're already up to 100,000. I haven't found anything that's not a mobile home yet. I have found land and mobile homes. Land and mobile homes are taking me all the way to 130. I'm on my second page now. I found a condo for 144. I don't like condos. I want to live in a house. I'm still looking. I'm still on mobile homes. I am up to 200,000 and I haven't found a house yet. I am now going to page 3 and I'm in the mid 200s and I haven't found a house yet. I'm still on condos, land, condos, condos. I still have not found a single standing home for sale. And I'm passing 275. I've not found a single standalone house yet. I'm now approaching 300,000 and I haven't found a house for sale yet. Let me make sure I don't have, any. I have not found a single family home yet. I'm now approaching $300,000 and I can't buy a home in San Diego. I'm on page 6. I am At 300,000. So at 300,000, let me flip over to single family home. I'm sorry, I missed one. I missed a house for 256. A 1-bedroom, 1-bath, 582 square feet. Let me grab this picture. And you guys tell me if this is even, if this is, you would even consider 300K. Would you, no matter where this is in the world, if you showed up to look at this house, and this house, if this house was 300K, 320 actually, 320, this is 320. This is a fucking 320. If I showed up and I saw this for 320, I'd piece the, yeah, I'd live there if I could work for Intrepid. So my house is this is a 4-bedroom. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,400 square feet. It last sold for $340,000 in 2015. Its price per square foot is $230. Give me 1 second. I just want to be accurate. That house is $320 or $320,000. The house I live in right now, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 2,360 square feet. Like 500 square feet of my house is not considered livable square feet, but it's there. It's just the way they do part of the check this, that. My house is 192 today on the market. So I would not live there for $320, let alone $320,000. Oh, it has a jacuzzi tub. They're a market for remote, but I'm self-taught and currently go under severe imposter syndrome. I've never actually had a development job, but I'm in development of my own Mmorpg I've built over the last few years. I'd love to get a development job, but it's not easy transitioning from simple self-taught and going into commercial. Yeah. Ultimately. Need a window for it to be livable or an outside entrance exit. Yeah. Like I had a house in Ohio that had 4 bedrooms, but it didn't have a closet. So in Ohio, when I bought the house in Ohio, you could call that a bedroom. However, while I was there, they changed the coding, and since it didn't have a closet, and it didn't have an egress window of a certain inches, I couldn't say that it was a bedroom. Do I think that A2 will still happen in the summer of 2021? I've never thought A2 was going to happen in the summer of 2021. I know for a fact A2 is not going to happen in the summer of 2021, because we know that the first alpha test takes us through May. We're not going to get through the other alpha test, the other alpha 1 test, and by August. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. Continue. Oh, scrolls. Thank you, game. Oh, we gotta check the store. What's in the store? Oh, I'll take tank scrolls. I'll take Centurion scrolls too. Oh, I do have codes, but I'm not going to give them away today. But I do have codes. Oh yeah, upgrade the Buster. Gotta have the Buster upgraded. Just for the lulz, man. Oh. Upgrade the Templar. Upgrade the Balloon Buster. Upgrade the War Beast. Upgrade the Mage. Nice. Looking good. Okay. Loyalty skin or loyalty gold? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do skin. We'll do the top path. Oh, this is a cool looking map. The Retrolandia. Retrolandia. Alpha 2 will probably be the fall of next year. Or, sorry, the fall of this year. Holy hell. 2020, man, I hate the first day of the year. I hate the first day. By the way, guys, we got to talk about the schedule. We're going to talk about the schedule real quick. So you guys know, after tomorrow's show, I'm taking Saturday's scheduled show off the rotation. The reason why I'm taking Saturday's show off the rotation is because I end up not getting as much work done because I finish my show on Friday, go hang out with my family, go to bed, get up the next day, do my family stuff, and then it's instantly time to stream again. And then by the time I'm done with streaming, I'm never actually creating a YouTube day. So I really hurt my YouTube career in 2020 by not staying on point. So somebody asked me earlier what my goals were. I'm gonna post my goals in a little video message to the community probably tomorrow. I'll probably get that pushed out. But for Wednesdays, I'm still starting the show at 10 a.m. Eastern because I love you guys, but I'm not getting up any earlier. So that show is gonna go from 10 a.m. Eastern. That show's gonna go an hour later. My question for people is, on Mondays, should I do 5 Eastern to 10 Eastern, or should I move the show back to 4 Eastern? And then for the time being for Fridays, I'm gonna go an hour later on Fridays for the time being. I will eventually move that when the world opens up again. So really the only question is on Mondays, should I start an hour earlier on Monday or should I go an hour later? Because Fridays I'll eventually go an hour earlier because when we get back to being able to go to restaurants and stuff, I live in a military town. If you don't go to dinner at 4, you're not getting a table until like 7. And then I'll still stream on the occasional Saturday or Sunday for Stream Raiders PvP. But I gotta make more videos, man. I killed my numbers. You have no game to play while waiting. Yeah, man, I'm hoping that something comes out. Elyon, New World. What's this? Starbase? Summer Wars. What the hell are these? Summer Wars Chronicles. It's a phone game. Go away. Exo Mecha. It's a shooter. It's not an MMO. The top 10 MMOs coming in 2021. Ashes of Creation. You're not coming this year. Blue Protocol. Some people are just forced on waiting for something better than just enjoy what is there. The problem is nothing out this year. Nothing out this year is worth playing. I mean, most people are disenfranchised with the game they play. Excuse me. Most people are disenfranchised with the game they play. That's why they're looking for something new. Blue Protocol. Late 2021. Well, that doesn't help us. Crimson Desert. Crowfall. Alien Ascent Infinite Realm. Lost Ark. Magic Legends. Oh yeah, I forgot about Magic Legends. So, New World, Pantheon, Phantasy Star Online. So nothing, there's nothing coming. Nothing. $12 awesome MMO games coming out in 2021. Core Punk. Core Punk is a top-down MMO. Well, people won't like that. They don't like isometric. Saga of Leucemia. Lost Ark, New World, Crimson Desert, Starbase, Elyon, Ashes of Creation. Fractured. I did forget about Fractured. Fractured's going to have some testing. Fractured's going to have some testing. So it's a sandbox MMO with a unique twist. I saw a lot of people got bent out of shape with the testing that Fractured did. So, Dual Universe. As the owner of an alpha package for Dual Universe is garbage. Sorry. Dual Universe is garbage. There's no other way for me to say it. There's no way for me to say it nicely. Dual Universe is garbage. It looks like shit. It, like, if you're competing with Star Citizen and EVE Online, your game can't look like shit. And it looks like shit. Chained? Does anybody believe Camelot Unchained is coming this year? Because I don't believe Camelot Unchained is coming this year. I don't believe Camelot Unchained is coming ever. So. Let's dive into the Reddit for a few minutes. Weight and strength stats. Somebody asks about weight and strength. And a wall of text. Okay, guys, can we just say people need to learn. Okay? Walls of text are bad. Okay? Okay. Walls of text are bad. Is there a weight mass stat in Ashes of Creation? I think having it would give us an interesting and more realistic mechanic where you can, for example, use a knock up. No. There's going to be no knock up mechanics, period. You perverted little furries. A uppercut knockback skill against a lightweight character and send them flying away. Okay. A bit while inflicting bonus damage. Whereas if you use the same ability on a heavyweight, you won't even move them and deal less damage. Okay, so this is a too long didn't read because first of all, you didn't really articulate your position very well. What the person is trying to say is, for example, let's say a 70 strength character uses a knock-up ability against a 100 weight character, so it doesn't apply the knock-up and deals less damage. But a 120 strength character uses the same ability on a 50 weight character, so it just sends them flying over a distance and inflicts more damage. Then go play fucking Street Fighter. How does this work with tab skills? It doesn't. And if you do make it work with tab skills, then it's all going to be charges and lunges. Man, I'd like Steven to think about it. And if so, can you pass this idea to him? I'd be thankful. No. Just an opinion. I don't know if it's a good idea. Okay, the guy actually fucking says this. This is this passive aggressive fucking bullshit that's taking over our society. Okay. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I'd like Steven to think about it. So if any of you can pass this idea to him, I'd be very thankful. Go fuck yourself, okay? Go fuck yourself. And I say this as advice to people. Number one, if you say in the presentation, I don't know if it's a good idea. If you don't know if it's a good idea, then clearly your wall of text took you longer to type than it did for you to think. If you're putting an idea out there in the ether, on the internet, in the public arena, for public consumption, you better have thought about it so it's the best fucking idea. If you have an idea and you're trying to get it to a game developer, then your idea better be the greatest thing since sliced bread, is going to allow you to walk on water with laser focus, game of the year, absolute, every accolade is going to become showering down on you because of this idea. First of all, this isn't a combat fighting game. And I know people don't understand that. It's not a combat fighting game. This is an MMORPG with an advanced combat system. So, have an idea. There's no shortage of ideas. Exactly. There is no shortage of ideas. Okay. Anybody can have a bad idea. The trick to success is having a good idea. Have a good idea. Have an idea. Don't come in here with half a thing and then not be able to close after you've walked me up to the brink. Be able to close on it. With a planned advanced combat system, execution is a different story. Hey, I'm going to be honest. I wish that they would just completely scrap everything to do with action combat and go with tab. That's an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea, just a thought. Nothing serious, just in passing. But what if we had a one-click good game skill? Can you pass this along if you don't mind? Yeah, exactly. Will races have racial traits in stats? Okay. I'm going to forgive that person. I'm going to forgive that person because they said they searched. How does this person... Somebody broke the NDA. Oh, no. Oh, no. Somebody broke the NDA. Prepare to get a fucking pine cone up your ass. Oh, nothing else going on in the Reddit. Let's look at the forums. I don't care which way they want to go. It's just rare that hybrid is good. Half on something is typically shit. Yeah, I agree. Praying for good action combat elements. You're not going to get them because they've already moved away from pure, like, based on what Steven says they're doing with action. Based on what Steven's already said they're doing with action, it's going to play a lot like tab games. Our gauge was tab and it felt fast as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When people say our gauge was slow, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Our gauge combat was bad. Our gauge combat wasn't good. So I like this guy's thread. This is another, I feel the need to call this shit out. Hello, I'm new to the am I clipping? Please, oh yeah, I'm clipping just a little bit. Okay, I'm a new member of the community, and probably my questions have already been replied on previous Discord messages or on the forum topics, which I was not able to locate. In case there are relevant clarifications, please link me the URL of those so I will not waste your time. Just a quick bio of myself. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. So I can justify the points related to my questions, and my ability to understand. Any relevant technical related answers can be found below. My gaming experience. I have been playing games for the past 13 years. Congratulations. Okay. I have been playing games for the past 13 years, and I was initiated to MMO. What, fucking initiated? Is this a cult? Where the fuck is my robe, man? Shit, guys. Sorry. I know I've been playing MMOs for 25 years. I've been fucking forgetting to initiate new players. With Lineage 2 spelt wrong, I've been playing several MMOs and never enjoyed any other titles that as much as Lineage spelt wrong again. This is why I'm still playing it on private servers. Great. So, right away, you're telling me that you don't give a fuck about the intellectual property of any games because you're supporting a private server. Good job. During those years, since the release of the C4 patch, I have played on numerous private servers and official NCSoft. I have played on numerous private servers and official NCSoft servers as well. So congratulations. You fucking play on the servers you're supposed to play on. You spelled NCSoft wrong as well. The main issue was that they always killing a server with the third-party tools or bots. The main issue that was always killing a server was third-party tools or bots. Well, hallelujah, Jafar. I'm fucking glad that you finally, after 3 paragraphs, the last sentence in your 3rd paragraph gets us to the problems. Please note, I have played several other games and MMO titles. Nobody gives a shit what you've played. The only fucking thing here that I care about, the main issue in MMOs that kills a server is third-party tools or bots. Great. My understanding... Where the fuck are you? My understanding of InfoSec and bot software products. Please note that my studies are in computer science and information security, and for the past years till now, I work... And for the past years till now, I work. But do you English? Please note that my studies are on computer science and information security, and for the past years till now, the words until now, I have worked as an application security engineer. Thus, doesn't go there. I hope I will be able to understand any relevant technicalities referenced in your answers. Okay. In addition to the above, I've also created my own Lineage 2 private servers. Oh my God, so not only are you fucking part of the problem, you are definitely part of the problem. Oh my God. My Since Lineage 2 and probably Ashes of Creation are based on similar type of grind, I would like to ask some questions related to the above issues. The fucking what issues? The fact that you play on private servers? As referenced on your wiki page in your interview with Asmongold, Ashes of Creation will implement a behavior analysis anti-bot control in addition to easy anti-cheat. Since I do not have access to the game, I base my hypothesis related to easy anti-cheat usage on the forums. Based on my knowledge, bots can understand the game world and relevant entities on it via the following methods: computer vision, imaging, processing. A bot that makes use of computer vision algorithms cannot really include several functions, and I would limit those to the following: NPC detection, health and mana detection, these bots would not be considered as harmful for the project. At least my understanding with the use of such powerful engine in Unreal Engine 4, you could probably include much detail and confuse the what the fuck? Okay, so a computer vision processing bot, a bot that makes use of computer vision algorithms cannot really include several functionalities, and I would limit those to the following. This guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. Direct memory access, locating or any values from the memory address on which the game saves the information, forwarding the values to the bot. A bot that could read and write directly to the memory of the game could actually be coded to perform any action into the game world. For this type of attacks, you have implemented Easy Anti-Cheat as a security control. What actually Easy Anti-Cheat does, on a high level, not including all of its functionalities, of course, is via the usage of callbacks, intercepts API calls that grant access of rights of a process to another process in order to identify and prohibit an application to read or write to the relevant memory sectors. The current... Oh my God. The current trend of bot developers is to create custom drivers, which are actually the highest in the hierarchy of a computer, and integrate those bots to those drivers. Of course, EAC has several features that prohibit the usage of such drivers. No, the fuck it doesn't. Easy Anti-Cheat is bullshit, so everybody knows. You can right-click and you let Easy Anti-Cheat run. When the game starts, you fucking right-click it, you turn it off, and then nothing happens. In addition to those above, there's several methods to bypass. No shit. Is there a question in my fucking future here? Wait, I saw a question mark. Okay. Yeah, there's no question here. I saw a question mark. So basically, I want you to tell me what your like this here, guys, ready. No, he doesn't want to know about what they're going to do to combat botting. That's not what he's going to do. That's not what he's asking. You know what he is? This guy right here is a bot creator. This guy is a bot creator. And I'm going to tell you that because look at his name. Look at his name. Right? This guy's a bot creator and he's phishing. This guy's a bot creator and he's phishing. He's actually asking if they'll stop botting and wanted to talk about his knowledge of it. No, he's phishing. He's social phishing. He's a Russian bot maker and he's basically phishing for information because he wants to get a head start on what he's going to have to do to make his Ash as a creation bot. Number one, you don't ever share the information that he's looking for. You treat your when it comes to this, you treat your community like fucking mushrooms. You feed them shit and you keep them in the dark. What are you guys gonna do for your security features? We're going to implement security features. Well, what are you going to implement? None of your fucking business. That's what we're going to implement. It's like, what are the security features you have at your house? A lot of guns and a lot of dogs and a lot of guards and a lot of lights and a lot of alarms. Did I mention a lot of guns? Because a whole lot of fucking guns. Guns with really big fucking bullets. Lots of bullets that I put in the other guy. Now, knowing that I've just told you that the security features at my house are lots of guns and lots of dogs and lots of guards and lots of lights and lots of alarms with lots of guns and lots of bullets. Are you even remotely thinking about coming to Casa de Jahlon to break in? Yeah, guns on motion sensors. Fucking dogs with guns. Okay, dogs with guns. Sharks with fucking laser beams. Okay? Like, when you got a guy like me, like, hey, what do you use for home defense? I use a Taurus Judge with 410 Dragon Breath rounds. Wait, you use what? Yeah, I have a loaded Taurus Judge with 410 Dragon Breath rounds. A Dragon Breath round isn't fucking lethal. Do you want to get shot in the face with a Dragon Breath round? And if you've never looked up a 410 Dragon Breath round, look it up on YouTube. They're fucking amazing. Yeah, I may not hurt you, but you're gonna look like Freddy Krueger's face when I'm done with you. Like, fuck shit, man. Like, yeah, rather die. No shit. Like, no shit. I would rather die than get burned by 5 rapid fire Dragon Breath rounds. Yeah, you just looked it up. If you haven't looked up Dragon Breath rounds, look them up. They're shotgun shells. Yeah, especially when I throw the fucking open gallon of gasoline at your feet and then I shoot at you. Get fucked, man. Get fucked. But it's like a burglar calling old people and asking when they won't be home and what security measures are in place for maintenance work. Yeah, exactly. I have a sign on my door. I don't deal with door-to-door salespeople. In my town, you have to have a solicitor's permit. It's $25. It's good for 5 days. I used to fuck with the door-to-door salespeople and they'd ring my door and then I'd say, Are you a door-to-door salesperson? They'd say, yes. I'd hand them. I'd say, can I see your application? They'd say, I don't. Can I see your permit? I don't have one. I'd hand them the application, and then I'd say, you need to leave the neighborhood. You need to go to town hall. Then I'd call the cops on them. But nobody else in my. I live at the back of my subdivision. Nobody else will support me in the endeavor. Nobody else will support me with the endeavor to get rid of these fuckers. So I put a sign on my door that actually says, attention solicitors, prior to ringing my doorbell, please have your city issued solicitor's permit in hand and ready for review. Thank you. Exception, Girl Scouts, we're expecting you. I wouldn't want my Girl Scout to not have a permit and not ring my doorbell because I need my Thin Mints. Nobody rings my doorbell anymore. That nobody rings they don't ring my doorbell. I was sitting outside one day. One of them walked halfway up the walk, saw the sign and walked away because they don't want to get called out because they don't want the cops to get called. But I'm probably the 72nd, 77th house in the back of the subdivision. How the fuck does a guy get through 70 some odd other houses before he gets to me and you guys haven't called the cops? And then the people say, well, my house got broken into, my car got broken into. I said, you know who doesn't have that problem? I don't have that problem. Because the Jehovah's Witnesses, the spiritual people, they've all told me I'm on a list that they all share. They all share a who not to go to house. I'm on that list. The pastor told me that he laughs about it. He's like, he laughed about it. He's like, man, they don't come to your door because you know the Bible better than they do. I'm like, isn't that funny? He's like, He's like, the last time you got into it with them, I had some of my missionaries come back to the church and they cried because you just hammered them. And I was like, I'm like, well, was I mean? He's like, no, they need, if they're going to try to go out into the world and be evangelists, they need to know this stuff. I just fuck with them. And they're like, but like, sorry, man, you need to know this stuff. Where's my other thing? Where's my thing, man? Anybody else hate Facebook and they just move shit around all the time? Like, why does Facebook have to like move stuff? Like, can't you just leave stuff where it belongs? Where the fuck? Man, I hate Facebook. I only have Facebook for like the 11 family members that like look at the stuff that I do. They used to have it used to fucking be here. Where the fuck is it? I hate this fucking program. I hate Facebook. They move shit. Like they used to have a section for notes. Where are my notes? Oh. Oh, apparently they got rid of the notes. That's awesome. So you're more of a Google Hangouts guy? Yeah, right? I mean, like I put shit, it's like I put stuff there. I put stuff where I put it because I wanted it there, and then you move it and you piss me off. Like, can't you just, like, why does everybody have to reinvent everything all the time? Like, why does everybody have to reinvent everything all the motherfucking time? Just leave it be. If it was there, it's there. It's like, I don't need half this shit. They just irritate me. Irritates the shit out of me. Never mind. I'm not gonna be able to find it because we can't. Because we can't just leave stuff the piss alone. We can't leave stuff alone. Right? That's how it's gotta be, right? We can't just not fuck with shit. We gotta touch, right? We gotta redo, re-optimize, everything. We gotta redo everything. We gotta fuck everything. Yeah, fuck it. I can't find it. I have this list of shit that's funny as fuck, and now I can't find it. God damn Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. And I know you can hear this, Mark, because I'm on Facebook, and I'm on Facebook simultaneously streaming, which means Mark Zuckerberg can automatically, he automatically can see it or hear it, because that's how it works. He's the Borg. He's plugged in. He's plugged into the machine. So, oh, there we go. Yeah, fuck, can't find it. All right. Just got a notes app. Yeah, now I gotta find all that shit that I have and figure out where it is. It's like, god damn it. It's not what I don't have time to do that today, so but now I'm gonna have to make time. I'm gonna have to make time to do that too. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm gonna find it, I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm not gonna rely on Facebook to have it for me anymore. Like, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. Couldn't, like, leave shit alone. A retro power plant is producing retro slimes. I think we won this one, boys and girls. I think we covered Retrolandia. Yeah, copy it, add it to the docket. Man, you know what's gonna be cool? What's gonna be cool is when I get the new PC. You know what's gonna suck? When I get the new PC. Can you guys imagine the amount of work I'm gonna have to do to move everything over to the new gaming PC, the new streaming PC? But man, that is gonna be nice. A 3090, a Ryzen 9 5950X, 64 gigs of RAM. Gonna have a good time playing Minecraft until Ashes comes out. Drop that shit in a fucking bucket. Yeah, chuck it in the fucking bucket. Anyway, guys, great show today. I'll be back tomorrow for my last scheduled Saturday show. We're going to do the same thing we did today. Oh, do a posture check? Okay. We're going to do the same thing we did today, except we're going to do it tomorrow. I will have some stuff done. Oh, by the way, I wanted to share with you guys. I know that I'm big on sharing stuff that's going to drive you insane. Where the fuck is it? Here is the Ashes of Creation wiki quiz. I recommend you go take that quiz. It'll let you know how much you need to know about Ashes of Creation, how much you still have left to learn. It is a great quiz. I think I'm winning. I got 59 out of 60. I didn't get the question wrong. I checked the wrong fucking boxes. I checked the wrong boxes. But yeah, I got the links on the page don't work. The links on what page don't work? Which links on which page don't work? But I got 59 out of 60 on the new one. I actually want to know what Steven got on the quizzes. I think I have a higher GPA than Steven. The quiz doesn't work. The quiz works. Hold on. Did they take the quiz down? Maybe they took the quiz down. Because I can't see it again because I already took it. Yeah. I can't. I already took it. You can't click the quizzes. What the hell? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see. Now, typing Edge in Edge is funny. Oh. Because you have to sign in or sign up. You gotta make an account. Sorry, I gave you. I apologize. I apologize. You gotta create your account, log in, and do that. I'm logged in, and I grabbed the. I logged in and I grabbed the list. When you go in, it'll be, it'll say like take quiz. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Tamir has been itching to play with her new dinosaurs, and she's not very good at like those types of games yet, and she wants to get to the sandbox mode, so I'm going to help her out. I got some dungeons to run. I got some metrics to put out. I got some videos to do. You guys take care. I'll see you in less than 24 hours. Come back tomorrow, and we'll do this all again because it's fun, and it's what we do. See you guys.